Hello guys, welcome to Proxima What If. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was an outcast and transferred to Nevermore Academy to escape the prophecy. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The boy who ran the portkey dropped Harry Potter onto wet grass at 11 minutes past midnight, and for 3 full seconds he just lay there, face down, breathing in the smell of earth and rain in something he couldn't name, something old and electric, like the air before a thunderstorm that never quite breaks. His trunk landed 6 feet to his left with a thud that would have been funny if anything were funny anymore. Harry pushed himself up. Wiped mud from his glasses. Looked around. Nevermore Academy rose against a sky bruised purple with clouds, all Gothic spires and arched windows and ivy-covered stone that made Hogwarts look cheerful by comparison. The building seemed to lean forward, like it was studying him. Gargoyles perched along the roofline with expressions that suggested they'd seen better applicants. Fair enough. Harry had seen better nights. A single figure waited at the iron gate, tall, blonde, dressed in a suit that probably cost more than everything Harry owned combined. She held a clipboard. Of course she held a clipboard. Mr. Potter. Her voice carried the particular warmth of a tax audit. You're late. Portkey malfunction. Harry dragged his trunk upright. Landed in a cornfield first. Had to convince a very confused cow I wasn't a threat. Principal Larissa Weems did not smile. She opened the gate with a gesture that suggested she was already regretting this arrangement and led him up a gravel path that crunched under their feet like breaking teeth. Let me be direct with you, she said without turning around. You are here because Albus Dumbledore called in a favor I would rather not have owed. Nevermore Academy exists to protect and educate supernatural outcasts. You are not, by any traditional definition, an outcast. The Daily Prophet called me an unhinged menace 3 weeks ago. The ministry tried to snap my wand. My best friend's mum said I shouldn't be around her children. Harry's voice was flat. Matter of fact. Like he was reading a grocery list. How traditional do you need it to be? Weems stopped at the front doors, massive oak things carved with symbols Harry didn't recognize. She turned and studied him with eyes that missed absolutely nothing. Dumbledore told me you were powerful. Dumbledore says a lot of things. He also told me you were difficult. That one's accurate. She handed him the clipboard. 3 pages of dense text, a contract that basically amounted to, behave or be expelled into the Atlantic Ocean. Harry didn't read it. He signed at the bottom with a quill that materialized from Weems's breast pocket. You didn't read the terms, she observed. I've been the subject of a prophecy since before I was born. Terms and conditions are sort of my thing. He handed the clipboard back. Where's my room? Something flickered behind Weems's professional mask, not sympathy, exactly. Recognition, maybe. The look of someone who understood what it meant to be trapped by other people's expectations. Follow me, she said. And Mr. Potter, your wand stays holstered on campus unless you're in a supervised setting. Nevermore students don't use wands. They won't understand what you're capable of, and I'd prefer to keep it that way for as long as possible. Harry touched the holly wand in his jacket pocket. It thrummed against his fingers, warm and restless, the way it had been since Sirius died. Since that night in the Department of Mysteries when his magic had erupted from him like a bomb blast and even Dumbledore, had taken a step back. Understood, he said. He didn't mean it. She knew he didn't mean it. They walked inside anyway. His room was on the 2nd floor of the boys' dormitory, a narrow space with stone walls, a single window overlooking a quad, and a roommate's bed that showed signs of recent habitation, scattered art supplies, charcoal smudges on the pillow, a sketchbook left open to a drawing of something with too many eyes. The roommate wasn't there. Small mercies. Harry unpacked with the mechanical efficiency of someone who'd been moving between unwelcoming spaces his entire life. Clothes in the wardrobe. Books on the shelf. Hedwig's empty cage on the desk. She was making her own way across the Atlantic, because Hedwig didn't need port keys or permission to go where she wanted. Harry envied that about her. He sat on the edge of his bed and felt the building hum. Not metaphorically. The stone beneath his feet vibrated with a low, constant frequency, like a heartbeat, like a sleeping animal's breath. His magic responded immediately, surging in his chest, pressing against his ribs. At Hogwarts, the castle's magic had felt like a warm bath. This felt like standing next to a bonfire. Harry pressed his palm flat against the wall. The stone was warm. "What are you?" he thought. The wall didn't answer. But somewhere deep below, far below, deeper than basements or foundations or the bones of the earth, something shifted. Something rolled over in its sleep. Harry pulled his hand back. Flexed his fingers. Told himself it was nothing. He didn't sleep that night. He lay in the dark and listened to the building breathe and tried not to think about Sirius falling through the veil, about the look on Dumbledore's face in the office afterward, about Hermione's careful voice saying, "Harry, maybe you should talk to someone," about Ron not meeting his eyes for 3 days straight. About the prophecy. Always the prophecy. That millstone around his neck that said he had to kill or be killed, that his life was a chess piece on someone else's board, that everything he was and everything he'd ever be came down to a fight with a monster in a dark room somewhere. He'd run. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had run away, and the shame of it sat in his stomach like a stone. But the anger was worse. Because the shame assumed he owed them something, the Wizarding World, the Order, Dumbledore, all of them. And lying in the dark in a strange school on a different continent, listening to magic hum in the walls, Harry wasn't sure he owed anyone a single damn thing anymore. Morning at Nevermore smelled like old wood and strong coffee and something vaguely sulfuric that Harry chose not to investigate. He found the dining hall by following the noise, hundreds of students in black and gray uniforms, clustered at long tables in groups that clearly mapped to species. The vampires sat nearest the windows, which seemed counterintuitive until Harry noticed the glass was UV filtered. The werewolves dominated the center of the room with the confident sprawl of people used to taking up space. The sirens occupied a corner table that somehow looked more elegant than everyone else's, even though it was the same wood and the same benches. Harry stood in the doorway with a tray and the distinct sensation of being a gazelle at a lion convention. Conversations didn't stop when he entered. They shifted. A ripple of awareness that moved through the room like a wave, heads turning, eyes narrowing, nostrils flaring. These weren't wizards who needed to be told something was different. These were supernatural beings with heightened senses, and every single one of them could feel that the kid in the doorway didn't belong to any category they recognized. Harry walked to the nearest empty space, the end of a table occupied by a group of students with stone-gray skin and eyes like polished obsidian. Gorgons, maybe. He wasn't sure. He sat down. Poured himself coffee. Took a sip. "You're the wizard." The Gorgon across from him had a voice like gravel in a blender. Her hair, actual snakes, small ones, green and copper, rose and swiveled toward Harry in unison. "The human one. Last time I checked. Humans don't come to Nevermore. And yet." Harry gestured at himself with his coffee cup. "Here I am. Miracles happen." The Gorgon stared at him for a long moment. Her snakes tasted the air. Then she snorted, an almost laugh, and went back to her breakfast. It wasn't acceptance. But it wasn't a fight, either. Harry would take it. He was halfway through a surprisingly decent plate of eggs when someone sat down beside him with the force of a small hurricane. "Oh my God, you're him. You're the wizard. I'm Enid. Enid Sinclair. I'm a werewolf. Well, technically I haven't wolfed out yet, which is a whole thing, but we're not going to talk about that right now because you're literally the most interesting thing that's happened here since Wednesday set the botany greenhouse on fire, and that was like 3 weeks ago. How are you finding Nevermore? Do you actually have a wand? Can I see it? Is it true you fought a dragon? My friend Yoko, she's a vampire, you'll love her. She said she read online that you fought a dragon, which seems insane but also kind of amazing. Enid Sinclair was a burst of color in Nevermore's grey palette, rainbow-streaked hair, painted nails, a smile wide enough to power a small city. She radiated warmth the way a furnace radiated heat, aggressively and without any apparent off switch. Harry blinked. Yes. It was a Hungarian horntail. Enid's eyes went so wide they threatened to consume her entire face. A horntail? That's the spiky one, right? With the tail? That's the most metal thing I've ever heard. Wednesday would love that. She's obsessed with anything that can kill you. Wednesday? My roommate. Wednesday Addams. Okay, how do I describe Wednesday? Enid tapped her chin. Imagine if death was a person, and that person was a 17-year-old girl who wears exclusively black and solves crimes for fun and once told me that my optimism was a fascinating case study in cognitive dissonance. She's my best friend. You'll either love her or be terrified of her. Those seem like the same thing. Enid pointed at him with a strip of bacon. See, that's exactly what Wednesday would say. You two are going to get along. Or destroy each other. Either way, it'll be entertaining. Harry found himself almost smiling. The muscles felt rusty, like a door hinge that hadn't been used in months. He took another sip of coffee and let Enid talk, about Nevermore's factions, about the teachers, about the upcoming Harvest Festival, about a sentient hand-named thing that apparently lived in Wednesday's room. It was nice. Being near someone who expected nothing from him except basic conversational participation. No prophecy. No destiny. No weight of the wizarding world pressing down on his shoulders. Then the dining hall doors opened and Harry felt something change in the room, a subtle recalibration, like the moment before a predator enters a clearing. Wednesday Addams walked in, and Harry understood immediately why Enid had struggled to describe her. She was pale in a way that suggested the sun was a personal choice she'd declined. Dark hair in 2 braids, dark eyes that swept the room with the clinical precision of a forensic analyst. She moved through the dining hall like she owned it, not with arrogance, but with the quiet certainty of someone who had measured every person in the room and found them all within acceptable tolerances. She carried a notebook. She did not carry a tray. Apparently, Wednesday Addams did not eat breakfast with the common people. Her eyes found Harry, and for a moment, a beat, maybe 2, she stopped walking. Her gaze was intense, evaluative, and utterly without warmth. It was like being studied by a scalpel. Then she continued to her seat, and the moment passed. That's her, Enid whispered unnecessarily. She totally noticed you. That's huge. Wednesday doesn't notice people. She notices evidence. Harry watched Wednesday Addams open her notebook and begin writing without acknowledging a single person around her. Good to know, he said. His first class was Outcast psychology, taught by a woman named Dr. Kinbot who had the gentle demeanor of a therapist and the survival instincts of someone who'd been teaching supernatural teenagers for 2 decades. We have a new student joining us, Dr. Kinbot said, gesturing to Harry with the resigned cheerfulness of a ringmaster introducing a particularly unpredictable act. Harry Potter, transferring from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in Scotland. Harry, would you like to tell the class a bit about yourself? No, Harry said. A few students snickered. Dr. Kinbot's smile tightened. That's perfectly valid. Why don't you take the open seat next to Wednesday? Of course. Because the universe had a sense of humor, and it was always at Harry's expense. He dropped into the chair beside Wednesday Addams, who did not look up from her notebook. Up close, he could see she was writing in code, or possibly in a dead language. Her handwriting was precise, angular, and looked vaguely threatening. "You're in my light," she said without looking up. Harry shifted his chair 2 inches to the left. "And your magic is loud." He frowned. "What?" Wednesday finally looked at him. Her eyes were darker than he'd realized, not brown, not black, something in between that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. "Your magic. It's loud. Like a frequency most people can't hear, except I can, and it's extremely irritating." "Sorry. I'll try to be magically quieter." "Don't be sarcastic. Sarcasm is the lowest form of wit." "I thought that was puns." Something happened at the corner of Wednesday's mouth, a micro-movement that might have been the ancestral memory of a smile, quickly suppressed. "Perhaps you're not entirely tedious." High praise. "Don't get used to it." Dar. Kinbot was discussing the psychology of outcast identity, how supernatural beings internalized societal rejection, the difference between chosen isolation and enforced exile. Harry stared at his desk and thought about how every word applied to him. "Today's exercise," Dr. Kinbot said, "is about perception and projection. You'll work with your seat partner. One of you will describe how you believe the outside world perceives your kind. The other will describe how they actually experience being what they are. The gap between those two perspectives is where we find the root of outcast psychology." Wednesday turned to Harry with an expression suggesting she'd been assigned to dissect something particularly uninteresting. "I'll go first," she said. "The world perceives psychics as either frauds or threats. They assume we're constantly reading their minds, that privacy is impossible around us, that we're either performing parlor tricks or violating their mental autonomy." She paused. "The reality is that psychic ability is a curse of unwanted knowledge. I see things I don't want to see. Futures that may or may not happen. Death, mostly. The world thinks we're invasive. In truth, we can't stop the invasion." She said it without self-pity. Like she was describing the weather. Harry was quiet for a moment. "Then, the world perceives wizards as powerful, privileged, and in control. We have wands, spells, institutions, we look like the ruling class of the magical world. And to outcasts, we are. Wizards built the systems that classified your communities as dangerous, that enforced registration and restriction." "How diplomatic," Wednesday said. "Now tell me the truth." Harry met her eyes. "The truth is that being a wizard means being a weapon someone else points. My entire life, people have told me what my magic means, what I'm supposed to do with it, what I'm for. The world sees power. What I experience is a cage made of other people's expectations." The classroom was loud with paired conversations, but for a moment the space between Harry and Wednesday felt very quiet. "Interesting," she said finally. "You're running from a prophecy." It wasn't a question. Harry's jaw tightened. "Dumbledore told Weems. Dumbledore told Weems nothing useful. I'm psychic, not deaf. Your magic resonates with unresolved fate binding. It's practically screaming." She tilted her head, studying him like a specimen. "What does the prophecy say?" "That I have to kill someone or be killed by them. And you chose neither." "I chose to leave." "Those are not the same thing." Wednesday returned to her notebook. "You should know, the ground beneath this school has been behaving unusually for 6 weeks. 3 students have experienced psychological episodes consistent with external psychic influence. And your arrival coincides with a measurable increase in Nexus energy output." Harry stared at her. "Are you saying I'm causing problems I don't even know about?" "I'm saying your presence is a variable in an equation I haven't solved yet." She wrote something in her notebook. "Don't leave Nevermore until I've finished my calculations. Your inconvenient prophecy may be relevant." That's the most romantic thing anyone's ever said to me. This time, the corner of her mouth definitely moved. She covered it by turning a page. "Don't be absurd," she said. Romance is a biochemical manipulation evolved to ensure reproductive success. I don't engage in it. Right. I engage in strategic alliances based on mutual intellectual respect. Much better. Wednesday Addams did not look at him for the rest of the class. But she also didn't move her chair away from his, and when the bell rang, she left her notebook open to a page that Harry couldn't help but see. At the top, in her angular handwriting, she'd written a single line, HP, not what I expected. Investigate further. Harry gathered his books and felt something he hadn't felt in months, curiosity. Not about the school or the Nexus or whatever was happening beneath the foundations. About a girl with dark eyes and a dead language in her notebook and the almost smile she was pretending didn't exist. By mid-afternoon, Harry had attended 3 more classes, been stared at approximately 400 times, and discovered that Nevermore's approach to education was radically different from Hogwarts's. There were no wands. No incantations. No cauldrons or crystal balls or moving staircases. Outcast abilities were inherent, baked into blood and bone. The sirens practiced vocal manipulation in soundproof chambers. The werewolves trained in physical combat and transformation control in a massive outdoor arena called the Crucible. The vampires had an entire course dedicated to impulse management and ethical feeding practices. And Harry had nothing. No faction. No peer group. No curriculum designed for what he was. He found himself in the library after his last class, because libraries had always been safe. Hermione had taught him that, back when Hermione was still speaking to him without that careful, cautious tone that meant she was managing him. Nevermore's library was a cathedral of books, 3 stories of shelves connected by spiral staircases, with a domed ceiling painted with constellations Harry didn't recognize. The books themselves were different from Hogwarts's collection. Older. Written in scripts that predated English, predated Latin, predated anything Harry had seen in 6 years of magical education. He pulled a volume at random. The text was incomprehensible, but the illustrations were clear, figures channeling energy through their bodies, not through objects. Magic as a physical act, not an academic one. One drawing showed a point where lines of force converged, a nexus, labeled in symbols Harry couldn't read but somehow understood. The grimoire of the first convergence, said a voice behind him. Written approximately 2,000 years before your Ministry of Magic existed. It describes a time when magic wasn't divided into wizard and outcast. It was just power. Harry turned. A boy his age leaned against the shelf, tall, dark-haired, with the kind of jawline that belonged on a movie poster and hands stained with charcoal. He looked at Harry with an expression that fell somewhere between curiosity and territorial suspicion. Xavier Thorpe, the boy said. He didn't offer his hand. Psychic. My art comes to life sometimes. Harry Potter. Wizard. My everything comes to life sometimes. Xavier's mouth twitched, but it wasn't friendly. You're in Wednesday's Outcast Psych section. Lab partners. Assigned, not chosen. She doesn't talk to lab partners. She talks at them. The fact that she actually engaged with you is. Xavier trailed off, then recalibrated. Just be careful with her. Wednesday's not someone you figure out. Wasn't planning to. Good. Xavier straightened. Also, that book you're holding. Chapter 7 has a section about what happens when wizard magic interacts with a nexus. You might want to read it. He paused at the end of the aisle. It's not reassuring. He left. Harry opened the book to Chapter 7 and spent the next hour reading about nexus points, convergences where magical ley lines intersected, creating wells of raw power that predated human magic. The text was dense and cryptic, but the core message was clear: wizard magic and nexus energy were fundamentally different forces. Wizard magic was channeled, controlled, directed through a focus. Nexus energy was wild, ambient, alive. When the two interacted, the results were unpredictable. Harry thought about the humming in the walls. The warmth of the stone under his hand. The way his magic had surged since arriving, pressing against his skin like something trying to get out. He thought about the figure he'd seen in the mirror, crowned in shadow. He closed the book and decided he needed air. The campus grounds sprawled across several acres of manicured Gothic aesthetics, stone paths, ancient trees, a courtyard with a fountain that appeared to weep actual tears. Harry walked without direction, hands in his pockets, trying to parse the sheer strangeness of his situation. 2 weeks ago he'd been in Grimmauld Place, surrounded by people who treated him like a bomb about to detonate. Now he was in Vermont, surrounded by vampires and werewolves and a psychic girl who wrote in dead languages and called his magic loud. The ground beneath his feet hummed. Constant. Patient. Like a pulse. Harry stopped walking. He was standing near the edge of the campus, where the manicured grounds gave way to dense forest. The trees here were different, older, twisted, leaning away from the school as though repelled by something. The air felt thicker. His wand was warm in his pocket. He pulled it out. Holly and phoenix feather. 11 inches. The wand that had chosen him when he was 11 years old, that had saved his life a dozen times, that had connected him to Voldemort through a shared core. It was vibrating. Not the gentle warmth of a wand near its wizard. This was a resonance, a sympathetic frequency, like a tuning fork held near a piano string. The wand was responding to something in the ground, something vast and deep and fascinating. Harry spun. Wednesday Addams stood 3 feet behind him, appearing with the supernatural silence of someone who'd practiced it. "You move like a ghost," he said. "Ghosts are noisy. I move like myself." She looked at the wand in his hand. "It's responding to the Nexus. I theorized it would. Wizard foci are designed to channel magical energy, they're receptors. Place a receptor on the largest magical convergence in North America and it becomes an antenna. You followed me. I was already here. I walk the perimeter every evening. You're the one who wandered into my route." She stepped closer, and Harry saw that her hands were ink-stained, her eyes slightly shadowed with fatigue. Whatever she was investigating, it was keeping her up at night. "May I see it? My wand?" "No, your collection of porcelain figurines." "Yes, your wand." Harry hesitated. In the wizarding world, handing someone your wand was an act of profound trust. It was your identity, your power, your most intimate magical extension. He gave it to her. Wednesday held the holly wand with the careful precision of someone handling a volatile chemical compound. She turned it in her fingers, studying its grain. The wand didn't react to her, no sparks, no warmth. It sat in her hand like a stick. "It's dead when I touch it," she observed. "No resonance. No connection. It's bonded to me. It won't work for anyone else." Romantic. She handed it back. The loyalty of a magical object. Fascinating concept. Outcast abilities aren't externalized, they're inherent. We don't have tools. We have ourselves. That sounds lonelier. Wednesday looked at him sharply. Then, slowly, she nodded. Sometimes it is. It was the most honest thing she'd said to him all day, and Harry felt it land somewhere in his chest, a small, precise impact, like a pin in a map. They stood in silence for a moment, facing the dark tree line. The forest rustled with something that wasn't wind. "The 3 students who had episodes," Harry said. "What happened to them exactly?" "They wandered into these woods at night. Came back the next morning with no memory of where they'd been. Since then, they've exhibited emotional volatility, paranoid ideation, and intermittent fugue states." Wednesday's voice was clinical, but her jaw was tight. "One of them, a siren named Petra, attacked her roommate unprovoked last week. She said she heard a voice telling her that everyone she loved was planning to betray her." "A voice from where?" "Below. Wednesday pointed down. The Nexus. You think something down there is influencing people. I think something down there is testing people. Pushing at emotional weaknesses. Amplifying fear, anger, paranoia, seeing who breaks first. She paused. And I think your arrival accelerated it. Harry felt cold. How do you know? Because the episode started 6 weeks ago. And 6 weeks ago is when Dumbledore first contacted Weems about your transfer. Whatever's down there felt you coming before you even left Britain. The forest was quiet. Too quiet, Harry realized. No birdsong. No insects. Just the low, constant hum of the Nexus and the feeling of being watched by something patient. I should go, Harry said. If I'm making it worse, you should stay, Wednesday said flatly. Removing a variable mid-experiment yields no useful data. Besides, whatever is down there has been awake for 6 weeks. Your departure won't put it back to sleep. It will simply leave us without the only wizard on campus when things inevitably escalate. So I'm useful. You're a data point. Don't flatter yourself. She turned to leave, then stopped. Tomorrow evening. The old chapel on the east side of campus. There's a crack in the foundation that appeared 3 weeks ago. I've been monitoring it. Bring your wand. Is that an invitation? It's an instruction. She walked away, braids swinging, and disappeared into the evening without looking back. Harry stood alone at the edge of the dark woods and felt his scar, his other curse, his other chain, give a single, distant throb. Not pain. More like recognition. Something was watching him. He could feel it the way you feel eyes on the back of your neck, the way you feel a storm building before you see the clouds. He pocketed his wand and walked back to the school. Behind him, in the forest, something moved between the trees, not a sound, not a shape, just a displacement. A space where light stopped and didn't start again. It watched the wizard leave. It was patient. It had been patient for a very long time. Harry found out about the Nightshade Society at dinner, when Bianca Barkley sat down across from him and ruined his appetite. She was beautiful in the way a knife was beautiful, sharp, gleaming, designed to cut. Her siren heritage gave her an almost magnetic quality, people's eyes drifted to her without conscious choice, conversation stumbled when she passed. She sat with the perfect posture of someone who'd been trained to command rooms since birth. Harry Potter, she said, his name sounding like a court summons. Bianca Barkley, Harry replied, matching her tone. I know who you are. Enid gave me the full roster. Then you know I'm president of the Nightshade Society, head of the student body, and the person whose recommendation determines whether new students are socially viable or socially dead. She smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. I'm here to extend an invitation. To what? A welcoming trial. Nightshade tradition for exceptional new students. A test of ability and character, conducted in the Crucible. Harry set down his fork. And if I decline? Then you spend the rest of your time at Nevermore as a curiosity. A sideshow. The wizard in the corner that nobody knows what to do with. Bianca leaned forward. I'm offering you a chance to be part of something. To prove you belong here. Or you're offering a chance for everyone to see me fail so you can prove I don't. Something flickered behind Bianca's composure, surprise, maybe. She wasn't used to people seeing through her. Siren influence worked on nearly everyone. It smoothed the edges, made her suggestions feel like your own ideas, made her arguments sound irresistible. It wasn't working on Harry. His occlumency shields, hammered into shape by Snape's brutal lessons, blocked siren persuasion as effectively as they blocked legilimency. To Bianca, it must have felt like talking into a void. Interesting, she murmured. You're immune. Not immune. Resistant. To my abilities specifically, or to charm in general. I've been told I have all the emotional range of a teaspoon, so probably both. Bianca studied him the way Wednesday had, evaluating, calculating. But where Wednesday's interest felt like scientific curiosity, Bianca's felt like threat assessment. "The trial is tomorrow at 9, she said, standing. "The crucible. Don't bring your wand. It's my primary tool. And claws are a werewolf's primary tool, and venom is a gorgon's. The trial tests you, not your equipment." She smoothed her blazer. "Unless you can't function without your stick." She walked away before Harry could respond, which was almost certainly deliberate. Enid appeared at his elbow like a pastel-colored support system. "Don't do it." "I'm doing it. The Nightshade trials are designed for Outcast abilities. Super strength, heightened senses, elemental resistance. You're human, Harry. Fast-healing werewolves have come out of those trials with broken bones. Then I'll come out with broken bones. That's not the flex you think it is." But Harry had already made up his mind, and Enid, who had known him for exactly 12 hours, somehow already understood that arguing with him was like arguing with weather. "Fine," she said. "But I'm watching from the stands, and if you die, I will personally bring you back to life just to yell at you." Harry almost smiled again. It was getting easier. The Crucible was an underground arena carved from the bedrock beneath Nevermore's gymnasium, a circular pit surrounded by tiered stone seating, lit by torches that burned with blue-white fire that didn't flicker. The air was cold and smelled of old stone and old blood and something metallic that Harry's magic recognized before his brain did, Nexus energy, concentrated and humming. Half the school had shown up. Word traveled fast in a community of supernaturals with enhanced hearing and a collective addiction to drama. Harry stood at the arena's entrance in borrowed training clothes, black, fitted, nothing in his pockets. No wand. Weems had personally confiscated it with an expression that communicated several paragraphs of disapproval. "The Nightshade trial of integration," Bianca announced from the elevated judge's platform, flanked by 4 other Nightshade members Harry didn't recognize. "The applicant will face 3 challenges designed to test combat ability, adaptive thinking, and resolve. The trial ends when the applicant completes all 3 stages, yields, or is rendered unable to continue." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Harry caught fragments. "Wizard, no wand, this is going to be embarrassing, $50 he doesn't last 2 minutes. He caught Wednesday's eye in the stands. She sat in the top row, alone, notebook open. She didn't nod or smile or offer encouragement. She just watched with those dark, absorbing eyes. "Stage 1, Bianca said. "Combat." A door opened on the far side of the arena, and something walked out that made Harry's combat instinct snap to full alert. It was a golem, 8 feet tall, carved from dark stone, animated by Outcast magic. Not alive, but mobile, powerful, and fast for something that weighed a literal ton. Its fists were the size of Harry's torso. "Standard Crucible combat construct," Bianca explained. "Rated for werewolf-level durability testing. Applicant must disable or destroy the construct to proceed." Harry looked at the golem. Looked at his empty hands. Looked at the 8-foot stone monster again. "Right," he said quietly. The golem charged. It was fast, faster than stone had any right to be, covering the distance between them in 3 strides that cracked the arena floor. Harry dove sideways, rolled, came up running. No wand meant no spells. No spells meant no shield charms, no stunning hexes, no reducto. What he had was 6 years of survival. A body trained by Quidditch, by dueling, by running for his life from things far worse than animated rock. And something else, something he discovered in the Department of Mysteries when his magic had exploded outward without a wand, without a word, without anything but raw emotion and desperate will. The golem swung. Harry ducked under a fist that would have taken his head off and felt the displaced air ruffle his hair. He didn't think about what he did next. Thinking would have stopped it. He put his hand on the golem's arm and pushed. Magic erupted from his palm, not a spell, not anything with a name or an incantation. Raw force, channeled through skin and bone and intent. The golem's arm cracked from wrist to shoulder, stone fracture spreading like ice on a pond. The crowd went silent. Harry pulled back. His hand was shaking. That wasn't supposed to be possible. Wandless magic at this level required either enormous innate power or an emotional state so extreme that magic overwhelmed its normal channels. Or, a quiet voice in the back of his mind suggested, it required standing on top of the largest magical nexus in North America. The golem swung with its other arm. Harry dodged, barely, and felt stone knuckles graze his shoulder. Pain flared, sharp and clarifying. He grabbed the golem's damaged arm, planted his feet, and channeled again. This time he pulled. Drew the animating energy out of the stone the way you'd pull a thread from a sweater. The golem shuddered. Cracks spread across its torso. Its glowing eyes flickered. Harry twisted, redirected the stolen energy, and slammed his open palm against the golem's chest. It exploded. Not dramatically, no Hollywood shrapnel, no fire. The golem simply came apart, stone crumbling inward as the magic that held it together was ripped away. It collapsed into a pile of rubble that settled with a dusty sigh. Harry stood in the center of the arena, breathing hard, hands still raised. His palm was bleeding where the stone had cut him. His shoulder throbbed from the glancing blow. Every nerve in his body was singing with Nexus energy, more magic than he'd ever felt, pouring up through the floor into his blood. The silence in the stands was absolute. Then Enid screamed, "Holy crap," from the top row, and the crowd erupted. Not into cheers, into a sound Harry recognized from years of being the wizarding world's favorite spectacle. Half amazement, half fear. The sound people made when they realized the kid in front of them was something they didn't have a category for. Bianca's composure had cracked. Just slightly, just around the eyes, but Harry saw it. "Stage 2, she said, and her voice was carefully level. "The maze." A section of the arena floor opened, revealing a staircase leading down into darkness. The maze, apparently, was subterranean. Of course it was. The applicant must navigate the maze and retrieve the Nightshade sigil from its center. The maze shifts. It responds to the applicant's psychology. Time limit, 30 minutes. Harry descended the stairs. The darkness closed around him like a fist. The maze was alive, that was immediately obvious. The walls were stone but they breathed, contracting and expanding with a rhythm that matched the Nexus hum. The corridors shifted as Harry moved, passages closing behind him, new ones opening ahead. It wasn't random. It was responsive. Every choice he made changed the configuration. He walked steadily, one hand trailing the wall. The stone was warm. Too warm. After 5 minutes, the hallucinations started. Sirius. Standing at the end of a corridor, grinning that reckless, beautiful grin. "Come on, Harry. This way." Harry stopped. His throat tightened. His hand pressed flat against the wall, feeling the living stone pulse against his palm. "You're not real," he said quietly. "Does that matter?" "I'm here. I'm right here." Sirius beckoned. "I've been trying to find you. Come with me." Harry closed his eyes. The maze responds to psychology. It was reading him, finding his deepest wound, and using it as bait. "You're not him," Harry said, and his voice broke on the word. "Sirius is dead. He fell through the veil and he's gone and you're a trick made of stone and stolen memories." The apparition flickered. Sirius's face twisted, sad, then angry, then something inhuman behind the mask. "The boy who runs," it whispered, and the voice was wrong now. Too deep. Too old. Always running. From prophecy. From duty. From grief. "When will you stop?" Harry opened his eyes. "When I find something worth stopping for." He walked straight through the apparition. It dissolved like smoke. The maze shuddered around him. The walls contracted, passages narrowing, and Harry felt a spike of claustrophobia, cupboard under the stairs, 10 years of darkness and spiders, and crushed it. Pushed forward. Hand on the wall. 1 foot in front of the other. 2 more apparitions tried to stop him. Dumbledore, with his disappointed eyes and his for the greater good. Voldemort, with his snake face and his certainty that Harry's death was inevitable. Harry walked through both. The maze opened into a chamber. In its center, on a stone pedestal, sat the Nightshade sigil, a small medallion carved with the Society's emblem. Harry picked it up. The chamber pulsed. The floor vibrated. And for just a moment, Harry heard something else beneath the maze's living architecture, a voice, vast and ancient and hungry, that said, "Stay. Stay and feed me." Then it was gone, and the walls opened, and Harry walked out into the arena with the sigil in his bloody hand and 17 minutes to spare. The crowd was quieter now. Even the whispers had died. People looked at Harry the way you look at a lightning strike, with the understanding that you're seeing something dangerous and extraordinary and not entirely comprehensible. Bianca's jaw was set. Stage 3. Resolve. This one was simple. Brutal, but simple. Harry stood in the center of the arena while 3 senior Nightshade members, a werewolf, a gorgon, and a siren, took turns trying to break him. The werewolf's intimidation aura, a physical wave of predatory dominance that made lesser beings cower. The gorgon's petrifying gaze, turned to half power, which froze Harry's muscles and sent ice through his veins. The siren's persuasion, a full-throated command to kneel. Harry stood through all of it. The werewolf's dominance broke against his magic like water against stone. He'd stared down Voldemort, a teenage wolf's intimidation was a gentle breeze by comparison. The gorgon's gaze slowed him, froze his limbs, sent pain stabbing through his joints. He stood anyway. He'd endured the Cruciatus curse. He knew what real pain felt like. The siren's command hit his occlumency shields and shattered. Harry looked her in the eye and didn't kneel. Didn't waver. Didn't blink. When it was over, Harry stood in the center of the crucible, bleeding from his hand, bruised across his shoulder, trembling with the effort of not collapsing, and he met Bianca Barclay's eyes. "Well," he said. The arena was silent. Then, from the top row, a slow clap. Everyone turned. Wednesday Addams was applauding. She did it with the enthusiasm of someone acknowledging an adequate tax return, but she was doing it, and in the stunned silence of the crucible, it might as well have been a standing ovation. Bianca looked at Wednesday. Looked at Harry. Something complicated moved behind her eyes, resentment, respect, and the dawning recognition that this wizard was not a temporary problem she could manage away. "The applicant passes," she said. "Welcome to the Nightshade Society, Mr. Potter." The crowd finally broke into real applause, messy, uncertain, but genuine. Enid was crying. The gorgon from breakfast was actually whistling. Harry nodded once, descended from the arena, and made it 12 steps down the corridor before his legs gave out and he sat down hard against the wall. That was where Wednesday found him, 4 minutes later, sitting on the cold stone with his head between his knees. "Impressive," she said, standing over him. "Thanks. I'm going to vomit now. Aim away from my shoes." She sat down next to him, not close, but not far. The hallway was empty. Blue torchlight painted their faces in cold fire. "You used wandless magic against the golem. Not accidental. Directed. I've been able to do it since." He trailed off. "Since someone died. Someone close to me. My magic changed after that. Got bigger. Harder to control. Grief-catalyzed magical evolution," Wednesday said. "Documented in Outcast literature but never in wizarding cases. Your magic grew because it had to contain your pain." Harry looked at her. She looked back with those dark, unwavering eyes, and for a moment the analytical mask slipped and he saw something underneath, someone who understood pain not as a concept but as a daily companion. "In my vision," she said, very quietly, "the one I had about you before you arrived. I saw you standing in a dark place with cracks spreading beneath your feet. I thought you were breaking the school. And now? Now I think you're standing on something that's already broken, and you're the one holding it together. But you don't know it yet." She stood. Extended a hand. Harry took it and let her pull him to his feet. Her hand was cold and her grip was firm and she let go the moment he was stable. "Tomorrow evening," she said. "The chapel. Don't forget." "I won't." She left. Harry leaned against the wall and waited for his legs to work again and thought about what she'd said, holding it together, and wondered if that was true, or if he was just another crack in the foundation. Weems caught him on the way back to his room. She materialized from a side corridor with the fluid efficiency of a woman who'd spent decades intercepting students in hallways. "A word, Mr. Potter." She led him to her office, a room that managed to be both elegant and intimidating, all dark wood and tall windows and a desk that could have doubled as a small aircraft carrier. She didn't sit. Neither did Harry. "You were told not to use your wand," she said. "I didn't use my wand." "You used wandless magic to destroy a combat-rated golem with your bare hands. In front of 300 students." Her voice was controlled, but something simmered beneath it. "Do you understand what you've done? Won a trial. Demonstrated to every supernatural being in this school that wizards don't even need wands to be dangerous." Weems placed her hands on her desk. "Mr. Potter, the Outcast community's relationship with the wizarding world is built on a very specific understanding. Wizards are powerful because of their tools and institutions. Take away the wand, and a wizard is just a human. You just proved that wrong, and you did it in the most public way imaginable." Harry felt a flash of anger, bright, hot, familiar. "I didn't choose the trial. Bianca set the terms." "No wand," she said. "So I used what I had." "You used power that shouldn't exist." Weems's voice dropped. "I've been an educator for 23 years. I've seen every kind of outcast ability this school has to offer. What you did in that arena, pulling the animating force out of the golem, redirecting it, that's not wizarding magic. That's not outcast ability. That's something else entirely." "I don't know what it is," Harry said honestly. "It started after the incident at the Department of Mysteries." "Yes, Dumbledore briefed me." She straightened. "Mr. Potter, this school sits on a Nexus, a magical convergence that amplifies supernatural abilities. Your presence here is already having measurable effects on the Nexus's energy output. Combined with whatever evolution your magic has undergone, you are, to put it delicately, a destabilizing element. So expel me." Weems looked at him for a long moment. "Dumbledore asked me to keep you safe. He said you were the most important person in the wizarding world, whether you wanted to be or not. I told him that wasn't my concern." She paused. "But I watched your trial tonight. I watched you walk through a psychological maze that showed you your worst grief and come out the other side standing. I watched you resist a siren's full command. I've seen outcast adults fail those tests. What are you saying?" "I'm saying you belong here more than either of us expected." Her expression softened, just a fraction, just for a moment. "I'm also saying that whatever your magic is becoming, you need to learn to control it. I can't have you accidentally tearing the school apart because you had a nightmare." "I don't have nightmares." They both knew that was a lie. Weems let it pass. "I'll arrange private sessions for you with our combat instructor. Learn your limits. Explore what you can do. And Mr. Potter?" She fixed him with a look that could have pinned a butterfly to a board. "No more public demonstrations. The next time you need to prove yourself, do it quietly." Harry nodded. Left the office. Made it halfway to his room before the weight of the day finally hit him, the trial, the maze, the ghost of Sirius, Wednesday's hand in his, Weems's reluctant acceptance, the voice beneath the school whispering stay and feed me. His roommate still wasn't there. The art supplies sat untouched. Harry fell onto his bed and stared at the ceiling and felt the building breathe around him. The holly wand on his nightstand hummed softly, resonating with something deep below. Harry reached over and touched it. The vibration calmed, or maybe aligned, finding a frequency that matched his heartbeat, his breathing, the rhythm of his exhausted, overwrought magic. He thought about running. It was what he was good at, what he'd always done when the walls closed in. Run from the Dursleys. Run from Voldemort's shadow. Run from the prophecy, run from Dumbledore, run from Britain entirely. But Wednesday's voice was in his head, cutting in clear, running is what got you here. And beneath that, quieter, don't leave Nevermore until I've finished my calculations. Harry closed his eyes. The building hummed. His wand hummed. Something vast and patient hummed beneath them both. He thought about the figure in the mirror, crowned in shadow, watching from behind his reflection. He thought about the maze's voice, the boy who runs. When will you stop? Maybe here, Harry thought. Maybe now. Not because of the prophecy, not because of Dumbledore's plans, not because some ancient evil needed him to be a hero. But because a girl with dark eyes had told him he was holding something together, and for the first time in months, he wanted to believe that might be true. Sleep came slowly, and when it did, Harry dreamed. He dreamed he was standing in a vast dark space, no floor, no ceiling, no walls. Just emptiness and the sound of breathing. Not his own. Something else. Something enormous. A voice, gentle as a lullaby, ancient as stone, hello, Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you. Do you know what you are? You're a spark in a dark room. And I am so very, very hungry. Don't worry. You don't have to do anything. Just stay. Just keep running from what you're meant to be. Your defiance is the most delicious thing I've tasted in centuries. Sleep now. We have time. We have all the time in the world. Harry woke at 3 a.m. with his scar burning and his wand blazing white hot on the nightstand and every window in the dormitory shattered outward. He lay in the wreckage of glass and cold air and moonlight, breathing hard, magic crackling along his skin like electricity. Down the hall, alarms began to sound. And far below the school, far below the foundations, below the bedrock, below the ancient seals that were cracking one by one, something smiled in the dark. Welcome to Nevermore, Harry Potter. I think you're going to feed me very well. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, The Outsiders War. The shattered windows bought Harry exactly 6 hours of peace before the consequences arrived. He spent those 6 hours sitting on his bed with glass in his hair, watching maintenance crews, a team of Gorgons whose stone-touch abilities apparently extended to repair work, replace every window on the second floor while giving him looks that ranged from wary to openly hostile. His roommate's bed remained empty. His roommate's art supplies remained untouched. Harry was beginning to suspect his roommate had been strategically relocated. At 7 a.m, Weems appeared in his doorway with an expression that could have frosted the new glass. Every window, she said. On the entire floor. I was asleep. You were asleep, and your magic shattered 46 panes of enchanted glass designed to withstand werewolf-level impact. In your sleep, Mr. Potter. Harry didn't have a good response to that, so he said nothing. Weems stepped into the room and closed the door behind her with the careful restraint of someone who wanted very much to slam it. I received 14 complaints from students on this floor. 3 of them are filing formal grievances with the student council. And Bianca Barkley has requested an emergency session of the Nightshade Society to discuss. She consulted her phone, the clear and present danger posed by the unregulated wizard. I passed her trial 12 hours ago. And 12 hours later you proved every fear she has about you correct. Weems sat on Xavier's empty bed, which was somehow the most alarming thing she'd done since Harry arrived. Principals didn't sit on student beds. Principals stood behind desks and projected authority. Sitting meant this was personal. Harry, she said, and the use of his first name hit different too. What happened last night? He considered lying. Considered deflecting. But Weems had earned something in the last 24 hours, not trust exactly, but the baseline respect that came from someone who told you the truth even when it was inconvenient. I had a dream, he said. Something spoke to me. Something underneath the school. Weems went very still. What did it say? That it's hungry. That my defiance feeds it. Harry's hands were steady but his voice wasn't, quite. It knows about the prophecy. It knows I'm running from it. And it said that's exactly what it wants. The principal stared at him for a long time. Then she stood, smoothed her blazer, and resumed being Weems. I'll handle the complaints. You'll pay for the windows. Dumbledore left a discretionary fund for damages, which in retrospect was ominously specific. She moved to the door. And Harry? Whatever spoke to you, don't speak back. Don't engage. Don't acknowledge it. Why? Because attention is currency for the things that live in the dark. And you've already made yourself far too interesting. She left. Harry sat in his windowless room and thought about the voice, gentle, patient, hungry, and knew with absolute certainty that not engaging wasn't going to be an option for much longer. Breakfast was a minefield. The dining hall conversations didn't ripple when Harry entered this time. They stopped. Dead. Every head turned, every eye fixed, and Harry felt the collective attention of 300 supernatural beings land on him like a physical weight. He walked to the coffee station. Poured a cup. Turned around. Enid was at their usual spot, waving with the manic energy of someone trying to flag down a rescue helicopter. Harry sat down across from her and took a long sip of coffee and waited for it. So, Enid said. You exploded a floor. Windows. Not the floor. Harry, the entire East Dormitory woke up to the sound of 46 windows simultaneously detonating outward. Lucas, he's a vampire 2 doors down, he said it felt like a bomb went off. There's glass in the courtyard. I'm aware. In your sleep. Also aware. Enid leaned forward, and for the first time since he'd met her, the sunshine dimmed. Not gone, Enid Sinclair couldn't stop being warm if she tried, but tempered. Serious. People are scared, Harry. Not the, oh that's weird, kind of scared. The, is this kid going to bring the building down, kind of scared. She dropped her voice. Rowan Voss is telling everyone who'll listen that wizards can't be trusted. That your people enslaved outcasts for centuries and now you're here showing off power that makes everyone feel like prey. Harry set down his coffee. I didn't choose to do it. I was asleep. I know that. You know that. But they don't know you. They just know that the new kid destroyed an 8-foot golem with his bare hands yesterday and shattered an entire floor of windows last night, and he's been here less than 48 hours. Enid's hand found his across the table, warm, werewolf warm, almost feverish. I'm on your side. I want you to know that. But you need to be careful. Harry looked down at her hand on his. Physical affection still startled him, the Dursleys had made sure of that, and the wizarding world hadn't done much to fix it. Enid's easy warmth was a language he was still learning to read. I'll be careful, he said. You say that like you know what it means. I've been careful my whole life. It's being reckless that's new. Enid squeezed his hand once, then released it and immediately pivoted back to sunshine mode with a determination that was almost aggressive. Okay. New topic. Did you know there's a boat race on the lake this weekend? Fangs versus Furs, annual tradition, it gets absolutely unhinged, Harry let her talk. Let her warmth wash over him like water. But his eyes tracked the room, cataloging the looks, the whispers, the clusters of students who turned away when he glanced their direction. In the far corner, a table of werewolves surrounded a broad-shouldered kid with copper hair and a jaw that looked like it had been cut from granite. Rowan Voss. He was talking with his hands, leaning forward with the intensity of someone making a case, and every wolf at his table was nodding. Harry watched him. Rowan watched back. Neither of them looked away. Across the room, Wednesday Addams sat alone, writing in her notebook, apparently oblivious to the social earthquake rattling the dining hall. But as Harry passed her table on his way out, she spoke without looking up. Chapel. Tonight. Don't be distracted by politics. People are afraid of me. People are always afraid of things they can't categorize. That's not new information. She turned a page. What's new is what spoke to you last night. I heard the windows from my room. I also heard the resonance frequency, your magic and the Nexus, harmonizing during your sleep. Whatever contacted you used the Nexus as a conduit. Harry stopped walking. How do you know something contacted me? Wednesday finally looked up. Her dark eyes were shadowed, she hadn't slept either. Because something contacted me too. Same time. Same voice. She held up her notebook. The page was filled with her angular writing, frantic, uncontrolled, nothing like her usual precision. I wrote 3 pages of automatic text during a psychic episode at 3 a.m. I don't remember writing any of it. What does it say? It says, the spark and the seer. Both on my doorstep. What a feast this will be. Wednesday closed the notebook. Chapel. Tonight. Bring your wand and your best theory. She went back to writing. Harry stood there for a beat too long, processing the fact that whatever was under the school wasn't just interested in him, it was interested in them. In the combination. The spark and the seer. He really needed to see that chapel. His morning classes were an exercise in social isolation. In botanical sciences, Harry's lab partner, a nervous siren named Thea, spent the entire session standing as far from him as possible while they catalogued toxic plant specimens. She flinched every time he reached for a sample jar. I'm not going to explode, Harry said, after the 4th flinch. I know. I know that. It's just. Thea twisted a strand of silver hair around her finger. Is it true you killed a basilisk when you were 12? I was 12 and it was trying to eat my friend's sister. Context matters. But you killed it. With a sword. With a sword, yes. And the dragon? I outflew it. Didn't kill it. And last night? Harry put down his sample jar. Last night I had a nightmare and my magic reacted. That's all. I'm not dangerous. Thea looked at him with the wide, calculating eyes of a siren trying to read a frequency she couldn't find. My grandmother told me stories about wizards, she said quietly. About what they did to our communities. The registration acts. The containment laws. She said wizards looked at us and saw animals that needed to be controlled. Your grandmother was right. Wizards did those things. The wizarding world has a long history of treating outcasts as lesser. I won't pretend otherwise. Harry met her eyes steadily. But I'm not the wizarding world. I'm a kid who got kicked out of his own community for being too unstable. Sound familiar? Something shifted in Thea's expression. Not friendship, the wound was too old and too deep for that, but the beginning of a grudging recognition that maybe, possibly, the wizard at her lab table was as much an outcast as she was. The foxglove extract goes in the blue jar, she said. You almost put it in the red one, and the red one has wolfsbane. That combination is explosive. Thanks. Don't mention it. A pause. Literally. Don't mention it to anyone. I have a reputation. Harry almost smiled. Progress, measured in microscopic increments. In his next class, Outcast History, taught by a vampire professor named Dr. Sangre who looked roughly 800 years old and lectured with the dry wit of someone who'd personally witnessed most of the events he described. The social dynamics were more openly hostile. The class covered the Wizard Outcast Accords of 1623, a treaty that had established the formal separation between wizarding governance and outcast communities. Dar. Sangre described it with barely concealed contempt. The accords were, in essence, an eviction notice, he said, pacing the front of the classroom with the slow deliberation of someone who had eternity to make a point. The International Confederation of Wizards determined that supernatural beings, that's us, children, were too unpredictable to coexist with civilized magical society. The accords established separate territories, separate governance, separate everything. Outcasts were given land nobody wanted and told to be grateful. He paused. Looked at Harry. Mr. Potter. As the only wizard in the room, and, I suspect, the only wizard to set foot in an outcast institution in several centuries, perhaps you could provide the wizarding world's perspective on the accords. Every eye in the room turned to Harry. He could feel the edge in the question. Dr. Sangre wasn't being cruel, exactly, but he was testing something. Seeing how the wizard would respond when confronted with his community's sins. The wizarding world doesn't teach the accords from the outcast perspective, Harry said. At Hogwarts, we learned that the separation was mutual, a cooperative agreement between equal parties. We weren't taught about the forced relocations or the territory disputes. We weren't taught about the registration acts or the enforcement campaigns. He paused. We were taught that outcasts were dangerous and needed to be managed. I believed it until I walked into this building and realized I was the one everyone was afraid of. The room was quiet. Dr. Sangre studied Harry with ancient eyes that had seen centuries of wizarding prejudice and outcast suffering. Honest, the professor said. Refreshingly so. He resumed pacing. The accords are relevant today because they establish the legal framework that still governs wizard-outcast relations. A framework, I might add, that Nevermore Academy exists entirely outside of. This school is sovereign territory. No ministry, no confederation, no wizard government has jurisdiction here. He let that sink in. Harry heard the subtext clearly. You're in our house now. Your world's rules don't apply. Fair enough. Harry's world's rules hadn't done him many favors lately. After class, a werewolf with rust-colored hair and shoulders like a linebacker fell into step beside Harry in the corridor. Rowan Voss moved with the loose-jointed confidence of someone whose body was a weapon and who knew it. Potter. Voss. I want to talk. You're talking. Rowan's jaw tightened. Not here. Outside. 5 minutes. Harry assessed the situation with combat-trained instincts. Rowan was bigger, probably stronger in wolf form, and had a pack of loyalists who'd been glaring at Harry all morning. But his body language wasn't aggressive, it was controlled. Deliberate. This wasn't a brawl. It was a conversation. Lead the way, Harry said. Rowan led him to the courtyard, the one with the weeping fountain, empty at this hour. He turned and crossed his arms and looked at Harry with an intensity that was more wolf than human. My grandfather was a werewolf in London in the 1970s, Rowan said. He was registered. Tracked. Forced to report to the ministry every full moon. When he didn't show up 1 month, because he was sick, because even werewolves get the flu, they sent orders. 3 of them. They broke his arm in 2 places and dragged him to a holding cell designed for dangerous creatures. Harry said nothing. There was nothing to say. My grandmother was a Selkie from the Scottish coast. The ministry relocated her community in 1982 to build a new wizarding settlement. Relocated, Potter. Like they were furniture. Half of them died because the new waters were contaminated with industrial runoff. I'm sorry. I don't want your sorry. Rowan's voice was hard, controlled, vibrating with something deeper than anger. I want you to understand what it means that you're here. A wizard. In our school. Walking around like you belong. I was sent here because my own community rejected me. And that's supposed to make me trust you. The wizarding world was so terrible to me that I had to come impose on the people they've been terrible to for centuries. Rowan stepped closer. You don't get to be the victim here, Potter. You're from the species that has all the power. Harry felt the old anger stir, the red-black heat that had been building since Sirius died, since the Ministry branded him a menace, since Dumbledore looked at him with those calculating eyes and said for the greater good. He wanted to snap back. Wanted to point out that he'd been locked in a cupboard for 10 years, that he'd been hunted by a dark wizard since infancy, that the power Rowan attributed to him had never translated to anything resembling control over his own life. But that was the thing, wasn't it? His suffering didn't erase Rowan's. His victimhood didn't cancel out his privilege. Both things were true at the same time, and if Harry had learned anything from watching Voldemort, it was that people who couldn't hold two truths simultaneously ended up destroying everyone around them. You're right, Harry said quietly. I'm from the species that has the power. And I'm not going to pretend that doesn't matter or that my personal story somehow exempts me from that history. He met Rowan's eyes, amber, Lupin, simmering. But I'm also not going to apologize for being here. I didn't choose where I was born. I didn't build the system that hurt your family. And I'm not going to carry the guilt of every wizard who came before me, because that guilt doesn't fix anything. It just gives people like your grandfather's abusers an excuse to feel better about themselves. Rowan blinked. His wolf eyes narrowed, and Harry could almost see the internal recalibration, the argument he'd prepared meeting an answer he hadn't expected. Then what do you plan to do about it? Rowan asked. I plan to be here, Harry said simply. I plan to attend classes, learn what I can, and not pretend that the world I came from was fair. If that's not enough for you, fine. But I'm not leaving because my existence makes you uncomfortable. The courtyard was quiet except for the fountain's soft weeping. Rowan studied Harry for a long moment, long enough that Harry could feel the wolf's senses working, reading his heartbeat, his scent, the chemical signatures of honesty or deception. You're not what I expected, Rowan said finally. Nobody here is what I expected. That seems to be the theme. Rowan uncrossed his arms. Not relaxed, wolves didn't relax around unknown quantities, but less rigid. I'm not done with this conversation. I didn't think you were. And I don't trust you. That's fair. Rowan turned to leave, then stopped. The things happening on campus, the students who've been acting strange, the windows last night. If that's your doing, it's not. At least, not intentionally. Something under the school is using the Nexus, and my presence is complicating things. Rowan's expression shifted. Not softening, but sharpening differently. My packs felt it too. The younger wolves are more aggressive than they should be. Shorter tempers. Faster triggers. Elara, she's 14, she partially shifted in her sleep last week. That's never happened before. Wednesday Addams is investigating it. She thinks there's something in the Nexus itself. The Addams girl. Rowan's lip curled, not with contempt, but with the wary respect of someone who recognized a predator. She's been asking questions in the woods. My scouts have seen her near the old boundary markers. She invited me to look at the chapel tonight. The crack in the foundation. Rowan processed this. Keep me informed, he said. Not a request, an alpha wolf's directive, delivered with the assumption it would be obeyed. If you keep me informed about your pack's symptoms. For the first time, something that wasn't hostility crossed Rowan's face. A nod, brief and grudging. This isn't trust, he said. It's intelligence sharing. Different thing entirely. Careful, Potter. You almost sound like a wolf. He walked away. Harry stood by the weeping fountain and thought about grandfathers with broken arms and selkies in poisoned water and the terrible, inescapable weight of being part of a system you never chose. Harry spent the afternoon in the library, driven by equal parts academic curiosity and survival instinct. If his magic was interacting with the Nexus in dangerous ways, he needed to understand both systems, and Nevermore's library held knowledge that Hogwarts had either never possessed or deliberately hidden. He found a reading alcove on the 3rd level, surrounded by books and scripts he was slowly teaching himself to decipher. The grimoire that Xavier had pointed him to was open on the desk, along with 3 other volumes, a treatise on Nexus mechanics written by a siren scholar in the 15th century, a werewolf oral history transcribed in the 1800s, and a slim, disturbing text bound in something that definitely wasn't leather, titled The Architecture of Magical Imprisonment. The last one he'd found on a shelf that technically shouldn't have been accessible to students. It had practically jumped into his hands. Harry read for 3 hours, cross-referencing, building a mental map of what he was dealing with. The picture that emerged was troubling. Nexus points weren't just magical landmarks. They were living systems, vast underground networks of magical energy that functioned like a planet's circulatory system. Where ley lines crossed, the energy concentrated, and these concentration points attracted magical beings the way water attracted life. Nevermore had been built on its Nexus deliberately, centuries ago, because the concentrated energy enhanced Outcast abilities and created a natural deterrent against external threats. But Nexus points also had a dark history. The same concentrated energy that nurtured Outcast abilities could amplify negative emotions, attract predatory entities, and, in extreme cases, serve as prisons for beings too powerful to be killed. The architecture of magical imprisonment was explicit about this. Nexus points had been used throughout history to contain threats that couldn't be destroyed, entities of such fundamental magical power that killing them was like trying to kill gravity. Instead, they were sealed beneath Nexus convergences, trapped by the very energy that had drawn them. The seals required a specific type of magical signature, accepted destiny. Harry read that passage 3 times. The seal of convergence requires a sacrifice of magical will. The binding agent must be a being who has consciously chosen to embrace their magical purpose. Not compulsion. Not duty. Genuine acceptance. The entity is bound by the antithesis of its nature, where it feeds on defiance and unfulfilled potential. The seal is powered by willing purpose. Someone had imprisoned something beneath Nevermore using the power of chosen destiny. And Harry, a wizard running from his prophecy, radiating the magical energy of defiance and unfulfilled potential, was doing the opposite. He was feeding whatever was down there. Every day he spent denying his destiny, the seal weakened. Harry closed the book. His hands were shaking. You found the grimoire of imprisonment. Xavier Thorpe appeared at the end of the alcove, leaning against the bookshelf with an artist's casual slouch. Today his hands were stained with charcoal and something blue-green that might have been paint or might have been something else entirely. You pointed me to this section of the library, Harry said. Were you leading me to this book specifically? Xavier shrugged, but it was too studied to be casual. I'd been researching the Nexus for months. Ever since. He trailed off, jaw tightening. My drawings have been changing. I draw what I see in my head, psychic projections, visions, whatever you want to call them. Lately, what I see is dark. Things with too many limbs. Corridors that go down forever. And eyes. Always eyes, watching from underground. He pulled a sketchbook from his bag and opened it. The drawings were skilled, detailed, shaded, rendered with the hand of someone who genuinely understood how to capture light and shadow. But the subjects were nightmarish. Tunnels filled with darkness. Figures made of smoke. And again, a crowned silhouette standing in a void, surrounded by cracks. Harry recognized the crown. He'd seen it in his mirror the first night. That's what I've been seeing too, Harry said quietly. Xavier looked at him, and for the first time the territorial suspicion was gone. In its place was something rawer, fear, maybe. The fear of someone who'd been seeing monsters in the dark and hadn't been sure they were real. Wednesday thinks it's connected to the Nexus disturbances, Xavier said. She's been investigating the chapel. There's a crack in the foundation that goes deeper than structural damage. I tried to sketch what I felt when I touched it. He turned to another page. The drawing showed the chapel's stone floor, a jagged fissure running through it, and beneath the crack, not rubble or dirt but a vast dark space filled with something that looked like breathing smoke. When I touched the crack, Xavier said, I heard a voice. Just for a second. It said. He hesitated. The artist. How useful. Show them what I look like. Make them see me. It wanted you to draw it. It wanted me to make people believe in it. That's what my power does, brings things from imagination into reality. If I drew a detailed enough picture of this thing, with enough psychic energy behind it, you'd give it a form. Xavier nodded. I stopped drawing it after that. Switched to landscapes. Happy things. Flowers. He laughed, humorless. My flowers keep dying on the page. The psychic energy I'm channeling is, wrong. Corrupted. Harry understood. He felt it too, the Nexus energy that made his magic sing also made it sharp. Unpredictable. The windows hadn't shattered because of a nightmare. They'd shattered because his magic, amplified by the Nexus and provoked by the entity's contact, had lashed out with a force he couldn't control. Wednesday's investigating the chapel tonight, Harry said. She invited me. Xavier's expression did something complicated. She invited you. To investigate the crack. It's not, I know what it is. Xavier's voice was carefully neutral. Wednesday investigates. That's what she does. She doesn't invite people. She recruits them. He closed his sketchbook. Just, be careful around her. Not because she's dangerous, although she is. Because she doesn't stop. When she's working a mystery, everything and everyone becomes a piece of the puzzle. Including you. You sound like you're speaking from experience. I'm speaking from scars. Xavier held up his right hand, a thin line ran across his palm, barely visible. Last year, I got too close to one of her investigations. Nearly lost my hand. She was sorry afterward. Genuinely. But she'd do it again if the case required it. Sounds like someone else I know, Harry murmured, thinking of Dumbledore. The willingness to sacrifice pieces for the greater game. The genuine regret that never quite translated into changed behavior. Xavier gave him a look that was almost sympathetic. Almost. There's a drawing I did that I haven't shown anyone. Not even Wednesday. He opened his sketchbook to the very last page. The drawing was of Harry. Not a portrait, a psychic impression. Harry stood at the center of a vortex, arms spread, eyes blazing with white light. Around him, cracks radiated outward through a dark surface, the seal, Harry realized. The seal beneath the school. And above Harry's head, barely visible in the swirling chaos, two shapes faced each other, the crowned shadow, and something else. Something bright and burning and shaped like a lightning bolt. I drew this 3 days before you arrived, Xavier said. Wednesday's seen the visions. I've drawn them. But you're the one at the center of all of it. Harry stared at the drawing. The white-eyed version of himself looked simultaneously powerful and terrified. Why are you showing me this? Because whatever's coming, you should know what you look like from the outside. Xavier took the sketchbook back. You look like a bomb, Potter. The question is whether you're going to detonate on our side or theirs. He left. Harry sat in the library alcove with books about ancient seals and Nexus mechanics and felt the weight of another destiny settling onto shoulders that were already cracking. The Crucible challenge came at 5 o'clock, delivered not by formal invitation but by Rowan Voss standing in the dormitory corridor with 4 members of his pack in the expression of a man executing a plan he'd been building all day. Potter. Crucible. Now. Harry had been changing clothes, and he stood in his doorway in a t-shirt and training pants with the distinct impression that declining wasn't optional. Formal challenge. Formal challenge. Lupin tradition. A pack alpha has the right to challenge any individual whose presence threatens pack stability. Rowan's amber eyes burned. My wolves are destabilized. I need to know if you're the cause. I thought we were doing intelligence sharing. This is intelligence. The kind you gather with your fists. Harry assessed the situation. Refusing a formal challenge from a pack alpha would signal weakness, and in Nevermore's social ecosystem, weakness was blood in the water. Accepting meant fighting a fully capable werewolf who outweighed him by 40 pounds and could partially transform at will. Enid appeared behind Rowan's pack, eyes wide. Rowan, you can't, stay out of this, Sinclair. He's my friend, and he's a threat to my pack. You don't get to choose friendship over species loyalty. Enid's face crumbled. Harry watched it happen and felt something protective surge in his chest, something that had nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the fact that Enid Sinclair was the first person at Nevermore who'd been kind to him without agenda, and watching someone use pack hierarchy to silence her made his blood heat. Fine, Harry said. Let's go. The crucible was emptier this time, word had spread fast, but the challenge was happening outside normal hours, and only about 50 students lined the stone seats. Enough to be an audience. Enough for the outcome to matter. Bianca Barkley sat in the judge's platform, watching with the focused attention of a political analyst studying a power shift. Wednesday was absent, which Harry noted with a combination of relief and disappointment. Rowan stripped off his shirt and cracked his neck with a sound like breaking branches. In the blue torchlight, Harry could see the wolf in him, the way his muscles moved with predatory fluidity, the amber glow of eyes that were more Lupin than human, the elongation of his canines as the partial transformation began. He didn't fully shift. Didn't need to. A partial transform gave a werewolf enhanced strength, speed, and senses while maintaining human cognition and fighting technique. It was the most dangerous combat form a wolf could take, all of the animal's power with none of the animal's limitations. Harry had his wand this time. Weems hadn't confiscated it, this was a formal challenge, and formal challenges allowed full abilities. He held it loosely at his side and watched Rowan move into position across the arena. Rules? Harry asked. First yield. No killing. No permanent damage. Rowan's voice was thicker, growling at the edges. Everything else is fair. Understood. Rowan attacked. There was no countdown, no signal. One moment he was standing 30 feet away, the next he was a blur of copper fur and corded muscle closing the distance in 2 bounds. Harry had fought dark wizards, trolls, basilisks, and dragons, but he'd never fought a werewolf one-on-one, and the sheer speed was something else entirely. He threw up a shield charm instinctively, Protego, and Rowan's clawed fist hit the translucent barrier with a force that sent vibrations up Harry's arm. The shield held, but barely. Rowan hit harder than any curse Harry had blocked. Rowan didn't pause. He circled, feinted left, struck right, a fighting style built on predatory instinct and pack combat training. Harry blocked, dodged, cast a stunning spell that Rowan evaded with reflexes too fast for human eyes to track. The wolf was fast. Terrifyingly fast. But Harry had something Rowan didn't, 6 years of combat experience against opponents who fought to kill. Harry stopped retreating. Planted his feet. And went on the offensive. Impedimenta, a wave of slowing force that hit Rowan mid-lunge and bought Harry a half-second. He used it. Expelliarmus, not to disarm, but redirected at the ground beneath Rowan's feet, the force cracking the stone and sending the werewolf stumbling. Rowan recovered with animal grace, rolling into a crouch, and lunged again. Harry sidestepped, closer this time, close enough to feel the heat of the wolf's body, and pressed his free hand against Rowan's shoulder. The wandless trick from the trial. He pulled. Not the wolf's energy, that was too deeply embedded, too organic, to Rowan to separate cleanly. Instead, Harry pulled the Nexus energy that was amplifying Rowan's abilities. Drew it out through his palm, siphoned it away, temporarily dampening the enhancement that came from fighting on the convergence point. Rowan staggered. His amber eyes widened. The wolf felt the difference immediately. His muscles slowed. His senses dimmed. For a moment, he was fighting at baseline, and baseline against a combat-trained wizard with a wand was a losing proposition. Harry pointed his wand at Rowan's chest. Yield. Rowan snarled, a real snarl, full wolf, the kind that triggered prey responses in anything with a limbic system. Harry didn't flinch. He'd heard Voldemort laugh. A wolf's snarl was almost comforting by comparison. I can feel the Nexus energy flowing through you, Harry said, low enough that only Rowan could hear. Through all of you. The school uses it to enhance your abilities, that's by design. But something else is using it too. Something that's amplifying your aggression, your territorial instincts, your fear. That's why your pack is destabilized. Not because of me. Because of what's underneath us. Rowan's snarl faded. His amber eyes flickered, wolf to human, predator to thinker. How do you know this? Because it's doing the same thing to me. My magic. The windows last night. It's feeding off both of us. The arena was silent. 50 students watched, unable to hear the conversation but reading the body language, the wizard with his wand at the wolf's chest, the wolf not attacking, both of them talking instead of fighting. Rowan straightened. The partial transformation receded, canines shortening, muscles relaxing, eyes dimming from amber to brown. I yield, he said, loud enough for the audience. A murmur rolled through the stands. Bianca leaned forward in her seat, eyes narrowing. But this isn't over, Rowan added quietly, for Harry alone. Whatever's happening, my pack needs answers. You owe us that. Tonight. The chapel. Wednesday's investigating the crack in the foundation. Come. Rowan nodded once, sharp, alpha decisive. He turned and walked out of the arena without looking back, his pack falling into formation behind him with the practiced ease of soldiers following a commander. Harry lowered his wand. The arena buzzed with confused conversation, they'd expected a bloodbath and gotten a negotiation. Bianca caught him on the way out. She didn't block his path, she was too controlled for that, but she materialized beside him with the surgical precision of someone who'd been waiting for exactly this moment. That was interesting, she said. You had him. Wand at his chest. You could have finished the fight and established dominance over the wolf faction. Instead, you talked. Fighting him wasn't the point. Then what was? Finding out if he'd listen. Bianca studied him with those siren eyes, perceptive, analytical, seeing frequencies of intention that most people couldn't detect. You're building alliances. I'm building a survival strategy. There's a difference. In politics, they're the same thing. She fell into step beside him. The Nightshade Society meets tomorrow. As a new member, you're expected to attend. As president, I'm telling you that what happened tonight, the yield, the conversation, changed things. Rowan Voss respecting you changes the power dynamic of this entire school. I'm not interested in power dynamics. You don't get to be uninterested. You're a variable, Potter. Everything you do shifts the equation. The only question is whether you shift it deliberately or accidentally. She paused at the corridor junction. I'm starting to think you might be worth keeping around. Don't make me regret it. She turned left. Harry turned right. And for a moment, just a moment, he almost felt like he belonged somewhere. The chapel stood on the eastern edge of campus, half hidden by ancient oaks whose branches created a canopy so dense that moonlight barely reached the ground. It was small by Nevermore standards, a single room of gray stone with pointed windows and a door that groaned like it was in pain when Harry pushed it open. Wednesday was already inside, standing over the crack. The fissure ran diagonally across the chapel floor, a jagged line roughly 4 feet long and widening. In the dim light, it looked like a wound. Up close, Harry could see that it wasn't natural damage. The edges were too clean, too precise. The stone hadn't cracked from settling or age. It had been split. Something below had pushed upward with enough force to fracture enchanted stone from underneath. "You're late," Wednesday said without turning around. "I was in the crucible. Fought Rowan Voss." "I know. Enid texted me 17 updates, each more grammatically distressing than the last." She crouched beside the crack. "You convinced the wolf to yield." "I told him the truth." A novel approach. Wednesday produced a small device from her coat, something that looked like a cross between a compass and a stethoscope, clearly custom-built. "I've been measuring the Nexus energy output at this location for 3 weeks. When I started, the reading was 4.7 milliarcana. Yesterday it was 7.2. Today it's 11.4. It's accelerating. It's accelerating because you're here." She said it without accusation, pure data. "Your magic interacts with the Nexus like a catalyst. You don't generate the energy increase, but your presence amplifies the Nexus's output, which in turn amplifies whatever's beneath it." Harry knelt beside her. The crack radiated cold, not the cold of stone or air, but a deeper cold, the kind that settled in your bones and whispered that warmth was temporary and darkness was forever. He reached out. Wednesday's hand closed around his wrist. "Don't touch it. I need to feel what's down there." Xavier touched it. He heard the entity. It tried to recruit him. Her grip was firm, her fingers cold. "If it recruits you, if it establishes a direct psychic link with someone whose magic amplifies the Nexus, I'm not Xavier." Harry met her eyes. "I've had Voldemort in my head. I know what psychic invasion feels like, and I know how to fight it." Wednesday held his gaze. The chapel was silent except for the low hum of the Nexus, louder here, more insistent, a sound that vibrated in Harry's teeth. She released his wrist. "If your eyes change color, I'm pulling you out." Forcefully. "Fair." Harry placed his palm flat against the stone beside the crack. The world dropped away. He was falling, not physically, but psychically, his consciousness plummeting through layers of stone and earth and magic like a diver through dark water. The Nexus surrounded him, a river of raw energy so vast and ancient that Harry's magic felt like a match flame beside a forest fire. And beneath the Nexus, at the very bottom of the dive, something waited. It was enormous. Not in physical size, it existed in a space that didn't have physical dimensions. It was enormous in presence, a consciousness so old and so hungry that its awareness filled the darkness like water filling a container. Harry could feel its attention turn toward him, slow, vast, amused. "Ah! The spark. You came to visit." The voice wasn't sound. It was impression, meaning without medium, communication without language. Harry felt the words form in his mind like ink in water. "Who are you?" Harry thought. "I am what was here before. Before your wands and your schools and your little prophecies. I am the dark that magic was born from. And I am very, very tired of being underground." Harry could feel it probing, gentle, curious fingers of consciousness brushing against his occlumency shields. Testing. Not attacking. Not yet. "You're sealed," Harry thought. Imprisoned by a convergence of accepted destiny. Amusement. Vast, cold amusement. "You found the books. Good. Knowledge is so much tastier than ignorance." "Yes, I am sealed. Was sealed. The bonds have weakened over centuries as your kind forgot what duty and acceptance meant. And then you arrived, a boy who reeks of denied fate, whose very existence radiates the energy of refusal, and the seal cracked open like an egg." "I didn't know." "Of course not. That's what makes it perfect. You don't have to know. You don't have to choose. You just have to keep being what you are, a boy who runs. The seal feeds on acceptance. Your refusal is the opposite. Anti-food, if you'll forgive the inelegance. You are unmaking the lock simply by existing near it. Harry's chest constricted. The entity was right. He could feel it, the way his magic, saturated with the energy of defiance and fear and the refusal to face his destiny, was dissolving the seal's foundations like acid on metal. So I should leave. Oh, you could. But I've been leaking into the Nexus for 6 weeks now. Do you think my influence disappears when you do? The wolves' aggression. The students' fear. The visions, the tremors, the slow corruption of everything this school is built to protect. That's me, Harry Potter. That's what I do when I'm bored and a little bit free. Imagine what I'll do when the seal fails entirely. What do you want? A pause. A shift in the darkness, like something opening its eyes. I want what all prisoners want. I want out. And I want to eat. Your world is a buffet of unfulfilled potential, denied destinies, abandoned purposes. 7 billion humans making choices every day about who they won't become. Do you know how that feels to something like me? Like smelling a feast through a locked door. For millennia. You'll kill people. I'll consume their wasted potential. The energy of every abandoned dream, every avoided confrontation, every coward's retreat. Is that killing? I think of it as recycling. Harry pulled back. The entity's consciousness pressed against him, not violently, but insistently, like a cat pushing against a closed hand. Don't go yet. We were having such a nice conversation. The seer, your dark-eyed girl, she visits me sometimes, in her visions. She tastes like intelligence and suppressed emotion. Exquisite. But you, Harry Potter, you taste like a war that was never fought. Like a hero who refused the call. You are the most delicious thing I've encountered in centuries. I said, who are you? The darkness smiled. Harry felt it, an impossible expression on an impossible face, teeth made of shadow and eyes made of void. I've been called many things. The dark before. The hollow. The unfulfilled king. But names are just sounds. I am what I am, hungry, patient, and almost free. Almost. Almost. The seal has 4 anchors. 3 have cracked since you arrived. When the 4th breaks, and it will break, because you cannot help what you are, I will rise. And the world above will feed me until there's nothing left. Harry ripped his hand from the stone. He was back in the chapel. His ears were ringing. His nose was bleeding, a thin stream of red that dripped onto the cracked floor and was immediately absorbed by the stone, vanishing as if the building had drunk it. Wednesday was kneeling beside him, one hand on his shoulder, her face closer than he'd ever seen it. Her expression was controlled, clinical, but her eyes were wide, and her grip on his shoulder was tight enough to leave bruises. You were gone for 4 minutes, she said. Your eyes turned black for the last 90 seconds. Harry wiped his nose with the back of his hand. His blood came away dark, too dark, almost purple, like something had mixed with it. I talked to it, he said. The thing beneath the school. It calls itself the Hollowed King. He told her everything. The feeding mechanism. The seal. The 4 anchors, 3 of them cracked. The entity's hunger for unfulfilled potential. The fact that Harry's presence, his very nature as a wizard running from prophecy, was the thing breaking the locks. Wednesday listened without interrupting, her hand still on his shoulder. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. You're the key, she said. Not to opening the seal, to weakening it. Your magic, your defiance, your refusal to accept the prophecy. It's all fuel. If I accept the prophecy, really accept it, not just go through the motions, the seal strengthens. But accepting the prophecy means going back. Facing Voldemort. Fighting the war you came here to escape. Yes. And not accepting it means the Hollowed King eventually breaks free and consumes the world's unrealized potential. Yes. Wednesday's hand tightened on his shoulder. Then she released it and stood, brushing dust from her coat with the precise movements of someone regaining control. That's a terrible choice, she said. Story of my life. Then we don't accept the premise. Her voice sharpened, Wednesday in problem-solving mode, her mind visibly engaging with the challenge like a machine switching on. The seal was created using accepted destiny. Your denial weakens it. The binary suggests that acceptance is the only solution. But the entity is ancient. The seal is millennia old. The wizards and outcasts who created it were working with the understanding of magic available at the time. You think there's another option? I think that a seal designed to be powered by one specific type of magical energy might also be powered by a different type of energy that didn't exist when it was built. She began pacing. Your magic, Harry. It's not normal wizarding magic. Not anymore. You broke a golem with your bare hands. You siphoned Nexus energy from a werewolf. You survived 4 minutes of direct psychic contact with an entity that drove Xavier to the edge of a breakdown in 4 seconds. What are you saying? I'm saying your magic evolved. After your godfather's death, after the trauma, your magical capacity expanded beyond normal wizarding parameters. You're not just a wizard anymore. You're something between a wizard and a Nexus conduit, someone who can channel raw magical energy without a focus, interact with the Nexus directly, and resist psychic entities that should be able to overwhelm any single mind. She stopped pacing and faced him. The moonlight through the chapel's pointed windows painted her in silver and shadow, and for a moment she looked like one of Xavier's drawings, a figure at the edge of the known, staring into the unknown. What if you don't have to accept or deny the prophecy, she said. What if you transcend it? Not by running and not by submitting, by becoming something that exists outside the binary entirely. How? I don't know yet. The admission clearly cost her. Wednesday Addams did not enjoy not knowing. But I know where to start looking. The restricted archives. The oldest texts in the library, the ones that describe the original sealing. If we can understand exactly how the seal works, we can find its structural weaknesses. Not to break it. To reinforce it with a different power source. Harry looked at the crack in the floor. His blood was gone, absorbed entirely. The stone hummed beneath his feet, warm and hungry. The Hollowed King said you taste like intelligence and suppressed emotion, Harry said. Wednesday blinked. It was the only sign of surprise he'd ever seen from her. Exquisite, apparently, Harry added. I'm sure it says that to all the psychics. But something shifted in her expression, a flicker of vulnerability, quickly armored. It's spoken to me in visions for weeks. I assumed it was a standard psychic phenomenon, residual energy from the Nexus manifesting as symbolic imagery. I was wrong. It was making contact. Building a connection. Are you okay? I'm Wednesday Addams. Okay, is a concept I find reductive. She paused. But I appreciate the inquiry. They stood in the chapel, the boy who ran and the girl who saw too much, and the ground beneath them hummed with something ancient and patient and hungry. We need help, Harry said. More than just us. Agreed. The werewolf, Voss. His pack's symptoms confirm the Nexus corruption is spreading. Enid's emotional sensitivity might help us detect influence patterns. Xavier's psychic drawings could map the seal structure. And Bianca. Wednesday's lip twitched. Bianca's siren abilities include frequency manipulation. If the seal operates on a resonance principle, she might be able to tune it. You've already planned this out. I began planning the moment you walked into Outcast psychology and your magic made my teeth vibrate. She moved toward the door. We'll need to recruit them. Separately. Carefully. The hollowed king can hear through the Nexus, any coordinated effort has to be concealed from it. How do you hide plans from something that's literally in the ground beneath your feet? Wednesday paused in the doorway. The moonlight caught her profile, sharp, pale, beautiful in the way that a well-honed blade was beautiful. You plan somewhere that isn't on the ground, she said. Meet me on the roof tomorrow at midnight. The Nexus signal weakens with altitude. 12 stories up, we'll have approximately 30 minutes before it can locate us through the interference. The roof. At midnight. With you. Don't romanticize it, Potter. Wouldn't dream of it, Adams. She left. Harry stood alone in the chapel with the cracked floor and the humming stone and the knowledge that something terrible was almost free, and he thought, I should be terrified. He was terrified. But beneath the terror, beneath the exhaustion and the grief and the weight of yet another destiny he hadn't asked for, there was something else. Something small and stubborn and refusing to die. Hope. Not the bright, naive hope of a first year walking into Hogwarts. A darker hope. The hope of someone who'd been broken and hadn't stopped moving. The hope that said, there are people here who see what's happening and aren't running. Wednesday wasn't running. Rowan, despite everything, wasn't running. Enid, with her sunshine and her loyalty, wasn't running. Maybe Harry could stop running too. He walked back to the dormitory in the dark. The campus was quiet, supernaturally quiet, the kind of silence that happened when even the nocturnal creature sensed something wrong in the air. The Nexus hummed beneath his feet with every step, and Harry had the crawling sensation of walking across the belly of something enormous and sleeping. His room was empty. Xavier's side remained vacant. Harry wondered if the artist had arranged a transfer or simply stopped coming back. The sketchbook was gone, but the charcoal smudges remained on the pillow like ghostly fingerprints. Harry sat on his bed. Drew his wand. Held it up in the dark. The holly wand glowed, faintly, barely perceptibly, with a light that came from inside the wood itself. Responding to the Nexus. Responding to Harry's magic, which was louder and wilder than it had ever been. He thought about what Wednesday had said. What if you transcend the prophecy? Not accept. Not deny. Something else. Something new. He thought about the hollowed king's voice, you are a spark in a dark room. And I am so very, very hungry. And he thought about something Dumbledore had told him once, in the office at Hogwarts, before everything went wrong, it is our choices, Harry, that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. Choices. Not prophecies. Not seals. Not the expectations of ancient entities or aged wizards or entire civilizations built on fear and separation. Choices. Harry chose to stay. Not because a prophecy told him to. Not because running would make things worse. Not even because Wednesday had told him to. He chose to stay because Nevermore was full of outcasts who'd been told their entire lives that they were dangerous, different, wrong. And Harry Potter, the boy who'd been told the same thing, by different people, for different reasons, understood that kind of loneliness in a way that transcended species. He chose to stay because somewhere beneath his feet, something ancient and hungry was feeding on fear and defiance and the terrible waste of unfulfilled potential, and Harry was tired, so deeply, fundamentally tired, of letting other people's hunger determine his direction. He lay down. Closed his eyes. The building breathed around him. The Nexus hummed. And far below, in the dark, the hollowed king felt the shift, tiny, almost imperceptible, but there. A change in the quality of the energy Harry radiated. Not acceptance. Not defiance. Something different. Something the king hadn't tasted before. It was, the entity decided, probably nothing. It was wrong. In the tree-line of the Jericho woods, a figure lowered a pair of enchanted binoculars and touched the dark mark on his left arm. Cassius Knott had been watching Nevermore for 3 days now, mapping its defenses, learning its rhythms. The school was impressive, ancient wards, natural barriers, a population of supernatural beings any one of whom could kill a wizard in single combat. But wards had weaknesses. Populations had divisions. And the Potter boy, the target, the prize, the key to everything Cassius had been promised, was right there, behind those walls, surrounded by creatures who hadn't yet decided whether to protect him or throw him out. Cassius smiled. He had time. He had resources. And he had information that none of them possessed, information about the thing beneath the school, about its nature and its appetite and the deal it was willing to make with anyone smart enough to ask. The Hollowed King wanted Harry Potter to stay. Cassius wanted Harry Potter to leave, preferably in chains, delivered to the Dark Lord. Two opposing forces. Two competing appetites. And Harry Potter, caught in the middle, making choices that neither of them had anticipated. Cassius pocketed the binoculars. Adjusted his glamour, the face of a middle-aged bureaucrat, unremarkable, forgettable. Tomorrow he'd enter Jericho. Meet with the locals. Begin building the network of manipulation that would eventually crack Nevermore open like an egg. Patience. Cassius had learned patience from the best, from Voldemort's inner circle, from years of watching lesser Death Eaters rush and fail. The ones who survived were the ones who waited. He could wait. In the darkness above, an owl circled, white against the black sky, cutting through cold air with powerful strokes. Hedwig, arrived at last from Britain, drawn by a bond that no ocean could sever. She banked, descended, and landed on the windowsill of Harry's room with a soft thump and a demanding hoot. Harry opened his eyes. Smiled, really smiled, the first genuine expression of uncomplicated happiness since he'd arrived. He opened the window, and Hedwig hopped inside and nipped his ear and settled on his shoulder like she'd never been gone. "Hey, girl," Harry murmured, stroking her feathers. "Miss me?" Hedwig hooted softly. Her amber eyes swept the room, assessing, territorial, claiming the space as hers with the confidence of a creature who feared nothing. Harry closed the window. The new glass held. Outside, the campus was dark and quiet and full of secrets. Tomorrow he'd meet with Wednesday. Begin the research. Build the alliances. Start learning what his magic could really do when it stopped running and started fighting. But tonight, with Hedwig on his shoulder and the building humming beneath him and the knowledge that somewhere above the school's Nexus interference, a girl with dark eyes was planning their next move, Harry Potter allowed himself something he hadn't felt since before Sirius died. Rest. He slept. No dreams this time. The Hollowed King reached for him and found, not defiance, not acceptance, a wall. Quiet. Solid. Built not from acclumancy or magical shields but from something simpler and more powerful. Purpose. The entity withdrew, puzzled. The boy who ran had stopped running. The Hollowed King didn't know it yet, but the game had just changed. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, Blood and Shadows. The rooftop meeting happened at midnight, 12 stories above the Nexus, with the October wind cutting through Harry's jacket like it had a personal grudge. Wednesday was already there. She sat cross-legged on the stone ledge with her back against a gargoyle, a spread of papers around her weighted down with small rocks. She'd changed out of her uniform into a black coat that made her nearly invisible against the dark sky. Only her face showed, pale, sharp, luminous in the moonlight like something carved from marble. "You're early," Harry said, climbing through the rooftop access hatch. "You're on time." I adjusted my definition of early accordingly. She didn't look up from her papers. "Sit. We have 28 minutes before the Nexus signal can track us at this altitude." Harry sat across from her. The wind died down, and in the sudden quiet he could hear the difference. Up here, the Nexus hum was faint. A distant vibration instead of a constant companion. His magic settled in his chest like a cat finally allowed to rest. "I feel it too," Wednesday said, reading his expression with unnerving accuracy. The relief. Like removing a weight you forgot you were carrying. Is that what it's like for you? The Nexus. The Nexus amplifies psychic ability. For me, that means more visions, louder frequencies, less control over what I receive. She shuffled her papers into a specific order. Up here, my mind is quiet. It's the only place on campus where I can think without interference. And you're sharing it with me. I'm sharing it with a strategic asset. She held up a hand before he could respond. That was deflection. I recognized the pattern. Enid has been helping me identify my avoidance mechanisms. A pause, almost imperceptible. I'm sharing it with you because you're the only person at this school who understands what it feels like to have something in your head that doesn't belong there. Harry looked at her. She looked back, steady, dark-eyed, unflinching. It was the most honest thing she'd said to him, and she'd said it like it cost her nothing, but Harry could see the tension in her jaw and knew it had cost her everything. Thank you, he said simply. Don't thank me. Plan with me. She spread the papers between them. I've been mapping the seal structure based on the grimoire texts, Xavier's psychic drawings, and my own visions. The seal has 4 anchor points, arranged in a cardinal pattern beneath the campus. North, south, east, west. Each anchor is a magical construct powered by a different aspect of accepted destiny. She pointed to a hand-drawn map of Nevermore's underground layout. 4 points were marked in red. The north anchor, beneath the library, corresponds to accepted knowledge. The understanding that truth must be sought and faced, not avoided. The south anchor, beneath the crucible, corresponds to accepted conflict. The willingness to fight when necessary, not out of aggression but out of purpose. The east anchor, beneath the chapel, corresponds to accepted mortality. The acknowledgement that all things end, and that endings give meaning to existence. That's 3. What's the west? Wednesday's jaw tightened. The west anchor is beneath the dormitories. It corresponds to accepted connection. The willingness to bind yourself to others, to accept the vulnerability and pain that comes with genuine relationship. And 3 of the 4 are cracked. Knowledge, conflict, and mortality. All 3 weakened significantly since your arrival. She met his eyes. You're a wizard who rejected the knowledge of his prophecy, fled from the conflict it demanded, and has spent the last 6 months in active denial of the deaths it will cause, including, potentially, your own. Harry felt the words land like body blows, precise, clinical, devastating. Not because Wednesday was being cruel. Because she was being accurate. The connection anchor is still intact, he said. Barely. And only because you've begun forming genuine bonds here. Enid. Rowan, grudgingly. Even Bianca, in her adversarial way. Wednesday paused. And me. The wind picked up again. Papers rustled. Harry held one down with his palm and felt the cold stone beneath it, 12 stories above the hungry dark. So the solution is what? I accept everything I've been running from. The obvious solution is acceptance, yes. But as I said last night, the obvious solution accepts the premise of a binary that may not be complete. She pulled out a separate sheet, dense with calculations in her angular handwriting. The seal was created by the first magic users. Their understanding was powerful but limited. They built a lock that requires a specific key. But locks can be picked. You want to hack an ancient magical seal. I want to understand its architecture well enough to identify alternative power sources. Your magic, Harry, the evolved version, the one that channels Nexus energy directly, operates on principles the original seal makers never anticipated. If we can map the seal's resonance frequency and match it with a new energy signature, we can reinforce it without me having to accept the prophecy. Theoretically. Theoretically. All science begins with theory. She collected her papers as the wind gusted. I need access to the anchor points. Direct physical contact, like what you did in the chapel. I'll bring my measurement equipment. You'll provide the magical interface. When? Soon. The north anchor is beneath the library's restricted section. We can access it during a study period without arousing suspicion. The south anchor beneath the crucible will require timing, it's only accessible when the arena is empty. The west anchor. She hesitated. The west anchor is directly beneath your room. Harry stared at her. My room. Specifically, beneath the floor of room 213. Your room. A beat. I suspect that's not a coincidence. Weems placed you there deliberately. Or whatever's down there wanted me close. Both things can be true. Wednesday stood, gathering her papers into a leather satchel that she slung across her shoulder with the practical efficiency of a field researcher. Tomorrow. Library. Third period study block. Bring your wand and try not to get into any more duels between now and then. She moved toward the access hatch, then stopped. Turned. The moonlight caught her face at an angle that made her look older, sharper, and, Harry realized with a jolt that surprised him, beautiful. Not the ornamental beauty of the sirens or the wild beauty of the wolves. Something colder. More specific. Like a constellation you could only see from one particular place on Earth. The entity called me exquisite, she said. You mentioned that last night. What exactly did it say? That you taste like intelligence and suppressed emotion. Wednesday processed this. Suppressed emotion, she repeated. Interesting. Most people assume I don't have emotions. Most people aren't paying attention. Something happened between them, a charge, a shift, a moment where the air itself seemed to hold its breath. Wednesday's expression didn't change, but her eyes did. A softening so slight that anyone else would have missed it. Good night, Harry, she said. It was the first time she'd used his first name. She disappeared through the hatch. Harry sat on the rooftop for another 10 minutes, feeling the quiet in his magic and the not quiet in his chest, and thought about constellations and the specific places from which they could be seen. Cassius Knott entered Jericho at 9 in the morning wearing the face of a man named Gerald Marsh, mid-50s, graying temples, the unremarkable appearance of a mid-level bureaucrat from an agency nobody cared about. The glamour was masterwork, layered with charms that fooled not just sight but scent, touch, and magical signature detection. Even a werewolf's nose would register nothing but a middle-aged human with slightly elevated cortisol levels and a taste for cheap coffee. Jericho was a peculiar town. Quaint on the surface, all New England charm, white picket fences, a main street with a bookshop and a diner and a church that probably hosted bake sales. But beneath the charm, the town existed in a state of negotiated tension with Nevermore Academy. The locals knew their neighbors were supernatural. They didn't talk about it. They benefited from the economic activity the school generated and looked the other way when students occasionally got weird. Cassius appreciated the arrangement. People who practiced willful ignorance were remarkably easy to manipulate. He started at the Weathervane, the local coffee shop, a natural information hub where Nevermore students mixed with townspeople in an uneasy simulation of normalcy. He ordered a black coffee, took a corner booth, and listened. The conversations were illuminating. A group of Nevermore students, werewolves, by the look of their builds and the way they moved, were discussing last night's crucible challenge in heated tones. Didn't even fully commit. Voss yielded. An alpha yielded to a wizard. He didn't yield because he lost. He yielded because Potter said something that made him stop fighting. That's worse. That's a wizard getting in an alpha's head, Potter's not getting in anyone's head. He's a kid who can break golems with his hands and you're scared of him, which is exactly the point. Cassius sipped his coffee and filed the information away. Potter was making allies. Making enemies. Disrupting the social structure. Typical Potter, the boy couldn't be invisible if his life depended on it, which, coincidentally, it did. His real interest wasn't the students. It was the Nexus. Cassius had felt it the moment he crossed into Jericho's borders, a deep, resonant energy that made his dark mark itch and his magic crackle. The Nexus was powerful. Far more powerful than anything he'd experienced in Britain. And somewhere beneath it, something whispered to him in the dark spaces between thoughts. He'd first heard the whisper a week ago, in a motel room in Boston, while meditating on his mission. A voice without words, a hunger without form, offering information in exchange for, what? It hadn't specified. It had simply shown him things. Harry Potter at Nevermore. The seal beneath the school. The 4 anchors. And most crucially, the fact that the seal was failing. Cassius wasn't stupid. He knew that bargaining with ancient entities was the first chapter in every cautionary tale ever written. But he also knew opportunity when it presented itself, and the intelligence the Hallowed King provided was invaluable. It knew Nevermore's layout. It knew the students' abilities. It knew exactly where Potter was vulnerable. All it asked in return was that Cassius not interfere with the seal's deterioration. Let the cracks spread. Let the anchors fail. When the Hallowed King rose, Cassius would have already extracted Potter and delivered him to Voldemort. Everyone gets what they want. Simple. Clean. Professional. Cassius finished his coffee, left a generous tip, and spent the rest of the morning walking Jericho's streets, mapping the town's relationship to Nevermore, identifying the paths students used between campus and town, noting the gaps in the school's perimeter wards. By noon, he had a plan. By evening, he had a forged warrant. The warrant arrived at Nevermore at 4 in the afternoon, delivered by a professional-looking owl that landed on Weems's desk with the self-important air of a process server. Harry was in the library when the summons came, a first-year student, breathless and wide-eyed, appearing at his study table to gasp that Principal Weems needed him in her office immediately. He found Weems standing behind her desk with a scroll of parchment in one hand and an expression that could have been carved from the same stone as the school. A man sat in the visitor's chair. Mid-50s. Graying temples. Unremarkable in every way. "Mr. Potter," Weems said. "This is Gerald Marsh, representative of the International Magical Cooperation Bureau. He's here with a warrant for your return to Britain." Harry looked at the man. The man looked back with the practiced blandness of a bureaucrat who'd served 1,000 warrants to 1,000 unhappy people. "The warrant is from the British Ministry of Magic," Marsh said, his voice matching his appearance, forgettable, beige, perfectly calibrated to inspire no strong emotion in any direction. "Under Article 17 of the International Statute of Secrecy, the Ministry has the right to recall any British magical citizen currently residing in a non-ministry jurisdiction. Your presence at Nevermore Academy was not sanctioned through proper channels. Dumbledore arranged my transfer. Albus Dumbledore does not have the authority to transfer a British citizen to a sovereign outcast institution without ministry approval." Marsh produced a second scroll. "This is a formal recall order. You have 48 hours to comply." Harry reached for the warrant. "Read it." The language was dense, legal jargon wrapped in bureaucratic obfuscation, but the core was simple. The ministry wanted him back. The warrant claimed jurisdiction under international magical law. And the seal at the bottom bore the insignia of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. It was convincing. Professionally done. And completely wrong. Harry had spent 5 years watching the ministry operate, watching its lies, its manipulations, its willingness to brand him insane and send dementors to his street. He knew what real ministry documents looked like. He'd held his own expulsion notice in his hands at 15. This wasn't right. The seal was slightly off, the proportions of the wand and scales motif were wrong by about 2 millimeters, something only someone who'd stared at their own trial documents for hours would notice. And the signature, Amos Diggory, listed as head of international cooperation, was wrong too. Diggory had resigned after Cedric's death. The position had been vacant for months. Harry looked up at Gerald Marsh and saw, beneath the glamour, beneath the beige blandness, the faintest ghost of something sharp and cold and patient. "This is a forgery," Harry said. Marsh's expression didn't change. "That's a serious accusation, Mr. Potter. It's a serious forgery. Amos Diggory hasn't held this position in over a year. The seal's proportions are wrong. And Article 17 doesn't apply to sovereign outcast territories. It was specifically excluded in the 1994 amendment to the statute." Weems's head turned sharply toward Harry. He'd surprised her. She hadn't expected the combat-trained dropout to know international magical law. Neither had Harry, frankly. He could thank Hermione for that. Years of her studying obscure regulations allowed while he pretended to sleep had apparently lodged more information in his brain than he'd realized. Marsh sat very still. The blandness held, but something changed in his eyes, a flicker of recalculation. "The warrant was issued by the proper authorities," he said smoothly. "If there are discrepancies, they may reflect administrative updating errors. They reflect the fact that someone manufactured this document to extract me from Nevermore under a pretense of legal authority." Harry set the warrant on Weems's desk. "Who sent you?" "The International Magical Cooperation Bureau, which doesn't exist." Harry turned to Weems. "There's no such bureau. The department is called the International Magical Cooperation Office, and it's a division of the ministry, not an independent agency. Whoever created his credentials invented an institution." Weems looked at the warrant. Looked at Marsh. Behind her professional mask, Harry could see machinery turning, the calculations of a woman who ran a school full of supernatural teenagers and had developed a very refined sense for when someone was lying in her office. "Mr. Marsh," she said, and her voice had dropped from administrative cool to something considerably colder. "I'm going to need you to submit to a verification charm. Standard procedure for all external officials operating on Nevermore's sovereign territory." Marsh stood. "That won't be necessary. I'll return when the administrative errors have been. You'll submit to verification, or you'll be escorted from the premises by campus security." Weems's hand moved to a device on her desk, a small crystal that pulsed with blue light. "An alert system. Nevermore's security includes 3 vampires, 4 fully shifted werewolves, and a gorgon who can petrify you where you stand. I suggest cooperation." Marsh looked at Harry. Looked at Weems. And for just a moment, a fraction of a second, the glamour flickered. Not enough to reveal his real face. Just enough for Harry to see the cold intelligence behind the bureaucrat mask, the predator behind the prey animal's disguise. "I'll return," Marsh said. He collected the warrant with unhurried precision, nodded to Weems with perfect courtesy, and walked out of the office. Harry waited until the door closed. He'll be back. And he won't come with paperwork next time. Weems sank into her chair. For the first time since Harry had met her, she looked tired. Not defeated. Larissa Weems didn't do defeated, but the kind of tired that came from managing crises on multiple fronts while maintaining the appearance of total control. "How did you know the warrant was forged?" she asked. "I spent a year being prosecuted by the ministry." "You learned to read their documents. Most 17-year-olds don't memorize amendments to the International Statute of Secrecy. Most 17-year-olds don't have a dark wizard trying to kill them. Context accelerates education." Weems regarded him with something that might have been respect. "The man who was just in my office is not a bureaucrat. His magical signature was masked, heavily, professionally. Whoever he is, he's trained. He's a Death Eater," Harry said. Or he was. The way he moved, the way his eyes tracked the room when he entered, that's combat awareness. Battle-trained. And his glamour was dark arts quality. Ministry officials use standard transfiguration for disguise. Glamours that deep require blood magic. "You're suggesting Voldemort has sent an operative to my school." "I'm suggesting someone who serves dark interests has found me. Whether he's working for Voldemort or for himself, the result is the same. He knows I'm here, he wants me out, and he's willing to manufacture legal pretenses to do it." Weems was quiet for a moment. Then she opened a drawer, removed a small, ornate key, and placed it on the desk. "This opens the restricted section of the library," she said. "Whatever you're researching with the Adams girl, yes, I know about your nocturnal investigations, you now have official access." Harry picked up the key. It was warm, imbued with the Nexus, like everything at Nevermore. "You're helping me. I'm protecting my school. You're the current threat vector, Mr. Potter. Whatever's happening beneath the campus is accelerating. A hostile external operative just walked into my office with forged credentials. And 3 of my students are still in the infirmary with symptoms that my medical staff can't explain." Weems stood. "I don't trust you. But I trust the alternatives less." She dismissed him with a nod. Harry left the office with the key in his pocket and the certainty that Gerald Marsh, whoever he really was not going to wait 48 hours before making his next move. He was right. The attack came that night. Harry was in his room at 11, reading the grimoire by wandlight while Hedwig dozed on her perch, when the perimeter wards shrieked. The sound was unlike anything he'd heard at Hogwarts, not an alarm but a scream, the magical equivalent of a living barrier crying out in pain. The walls vibrated. The windows, new, freshly installed, rattled in their frames. Harry was on his feet with his wand in his hand before the sound faded. Training. Instinct. The part of his brain that had kept him alive through 6 years of attempts on his life activated with the mechanical precision of a soldier hearing gunfire. He hit the corridor at a run. Other students were emerging, confused, scared, some partially transformed. A werewolf 2 doors down had already shifted, his amber eyes wild with the same amplified aggression Rowan had described. A vampire pressed against the wall, fangs extended, hissing at the air. Harry pushed past them and took the stairs 3 at a time. The main entrance hall was chaos. Faculty members were shouting instructions, herding younger students away from the doors and windows. Dr. Sangre, the vampire history professor, moved with 8 centuries of combat experience, directing students with a calm authority that cut through the panic. "Potter." He caught Harry's arm as he passed. "The perimeter. Northwest quadrant. Something's breaching the wards." "What kind of something?" "The kind that uses dark arts." Sangre's ancient eyes were grim. "Multiple signatures. At least 5 individuals, possibly more. And creatures, magical constructs, dark in origin. This isn't a random incursion. This is an assault." Harry felt the Nexus surge beneath his feet, the school's magical foundations responding to the threat, amplifying the wards, feeding energy to the barrier. But wherever the breach was happening, the wards were losing. He ran for the northwest doors and burst into the night. The campus grounds were lit by the wards, a shimmering, translucent dome that usually hung invisible over the school, now visible and burning with the effort of maintaining integrity. At the northwest corner, near the tree line where Harry had stood with Wednesday 2 nights ago, the dome was rupturing. Dark magic ate at it like acid, dissolving the protective shell and spreading patches of void. Through the gaps, figures emerged. 5 of them. Hooded, masked, moving with the disciplined coordination of people who'd done this before. Death Eaters, or something close enough that the distinction didn't matter. They cast as they advanced, dark curses slamming into the wards, widening the breach. Behind them came the constructs. Not golems, these were different. Shadowy, amorphous, wolf-shaped things made of dark magic and malice. They moved like smoke with intent, flowing through the gaps in the wards and fanning across the grounds with predatory hunger. And behind it all, standing at the edge of the forest with his glamour dropped and his wand raised, was the man who'd called himself Gerald Marsh. Harry saw his real face for the first time. Cassius Knott was sharp-featured, cold-eyed, somewhere in his late 30s, with the lean build and precise movements of a duelist. His wand work was elegant, each curse fired with economical precision, each movement calculated for maximum effect. Harry raised his wand. Protego Maxima. The shield expanded, not his normal shield, but something amplified by the Nexus, a dome of protective magic that covered a 30-foot radius around the school's entrance. The dark constructs hit it and recoiled, snarling with voices that sounded like tearing metal. Harry. Enid's voice. She burst from the school behind him, partially shifted, her eyes amber, her nails lengthened to claws, moving with Lupin speed. Behind her came Rowan and 4 members of his pack, already in combat form. Behind them, Bianca, flanked by 2 sirens whose voices were already building in frequency, a combat hymn that distorted the air around them like a heat haze. "Hold the entrance," Harry shouted. "Don't let anything through the doors." "Who are these people?" Enid's voice vibrated between human and wolf. "Death Eaters. Wizards. The bad kind. There's a good kind." "Fair point." Harry didn't have time to address it. The constructs were circling his shield, testing it, and the 5 hooded figures were advancing on the main breach with systematic precision. Cassius stood behind them, directing the assault with the cold competence of a general. Harry dropped his shield and attacked. He fought the way he'd learned to fight, not with textbook spells and classroom technique but with the dirty, desperate, effective combat magic that came from years of fighting opponents who wanted him dead. Stunners, reductor curses, impediment jinxes fired in rapid succession, each one amplified by the Nexus until they hit with concussive force. The first hooded figure went down, caught by a stunner that blasted them backward into a tree with enough force to crack the trunk. The second threw up a shield, and Harry's reductor punched through it and sent them tumbling. The third was faster. Smarter. A curse Harry didn't recognize, green-black, writhing, slashed toward him, and Harry threw himself sideways, felt it pass close enough to singe his hair. Behind him, the wolves engaged the constructs. Rowan's pack hit the shadow creatures with the coordinated fury of a military unit, claws and teeth shredding dark magic. But the constructs reformed, dissolved under assault and reconstituted seconds later, smoke gathering into wolf shapes again with relentless patience. "They're anchored." Wednesday's voice. She was on the ground floor, visible through a broken window, her eyes unfocused in the half-trance of active psychic vision. "The constructs are tethered to a central point, the caster. Kill the link, kill the constructs." Harry looked at Cassius. The Death Eater stood 50 yards away, wand raised, face calm. He was the anchor. His magic fed the constructs. Harry started moving toward him. A curse caught him in the ribs. Not the killing kind, a bone-breaking hex, fired by one of the remaining hooded figures. Harry felt the impact, felt something crack on his left side, and kept moving through sheer momentum and adrenaline. He fired back, a blasting curse that turned the ground at the caster's feet into a crater, and closed the distance. Cassius watched him come. No panic. No surprise. Just the mild interest of a professional evaluating a target in real time. "Potter," he said, and his voice was nothing like Gerald Marsh's. Clear, cultured, cold. "You're exactly as reckless as they said. And you're exactly as theatrical." Harry raised his wand. "Who sent you? Does it matter?" "The Dark Lord. My own ambition. The thing under your school that offered me intelligence in exchange for non-interference." Cassius smiled. 3 clients. 1 target. Business has never been better. The Hollowed King spoke to you. The Hollowed King speaks to everyone who listens. It's very chatty for an imprisoned god. It told me exactly where your wards were weakest, which students were most susceptible to fear amplification, and that you'd run out here yourself instead of hiding behind the school's defenses. Cassius tipped his head. Hero complex. Fatal in combination with actual heroism. Harry attacked. Not with a spell, with the wandless technique he'd used in the Crucible. He grabbed the Nexus energy beneath his feet and pushed, channeling a wave of raw force at Cassius with his free hand while firing a stunning spell with his wand. Cassius was ready. He disapparated, a crack of displaced air, and appeared 10 feet to the left, already casting. A curse like black lightning arced toward Harry, who rolled, came up casting, and felt the broken rib grind against itself with a pain that whited out his vision for a fraction of a second. The fraction was enough. Cassius's next curse hit Harry's wand arm, a numbing hex that deadened his fingers. His wand dropped. Harry caught it with his left hand. Kept fighting. The battle shifted. Harry was injured, off balance, fighting with his non-dominant hand. Cassius was fresh, precise, and augmented. Harry could feel it, a darkness layered over the Death Eater's magic like oil on water. The Hollowed King's influence. Not possession. Enhancement. Cassius had taken the entity's whispered gifts and woven them into his combat style. A shadow construct blindsided Harry. It hit him from the left, a mass of dark energy that slammed into his broken ribs and sent him skidding across the grass. He felt the construct's teeth, not physical teeth, but psychic ones, biting into his magic, trying to drain his energy. Harry snarled, actually snarled, a sound that came from somewhere primal, and detonated the Nexus energy in his body outward. The blast was enormous. The construct disintegrated. 2 nearby trees cracked and fell. The ground cratered beneath Harry's feet, and for a moment, one blazing, terrifying moment, he was a pillar of white light on the dark campus, his magic merged with the Nexus in a fusion that made every supernatural being within 100 yards flinch. Then it passed, and Harry was on his knees, gasping, vision blurred, ribs screaming. Cassius stared at him from across the scorched ground. For the first time, the Death Eater's composure had cracked, his eyes were wide, his wand lowered, and he was looking at Harry with the expression of a man who had drastically underestimated his opposition. "What are you?" Cassius whispered. Harry raised his wand. Left-handed. Shaking. Blood running from his nose. "Leaving," he said. "And taking your constructs with you." Behind him, the wolves howled, not in pain but in triumph. The blast had destroyed every construct on the ground simultaneously, severing Cassius's magical tethers. The hooded figures were down, 3 unconscious, 1 fleeing into the woods, 1 pinned under a tree that Bianca's siren hymn had telekinetically dropped on them. Cassius looked at his destroyed army. Looked at Harry. Looked at the school, where faculty and students stood in the entrance, the combined supernatural force of Nevermore Academy staring him down with glowing eyes and bared teeth. "This isn't over," Cassius said. "It never is." Cassius disapparated. The crack of his departure echoed across the grounds and was swallowed by the forest's silence. Harry stayed on his knees for about 3 seconds. Then Enid was there, her claws retracting, her arms going around him with a strength that made his broken rib howl. "You're hurt," she said. "You're bleeding." "You idiot, you absolute idiot, I'm fine." "You are literally bleeding from your face and you just exploded." "Who does that? Who just explodes?" It was more of a controlled detonation. "Harry James Potter, I swear to every god, Sinclair." Rowan's voice, sharp and commanding. The alpha wolf stood behind Enid, partially shifted, blood on his claws, not his own. "Get him inside." "Infirmary." "Now." Harry tried to stand. His legs had a different opinion. Rowan caught him before he hit the ground, an arm under his shoulders, wolf strength holding him upright with the casual ease of someone supporting a child. "You fought for us," Rowan said quietly. Close enough that only Harry heard. "I fought for the school." "Same thing." Rowan's amber eyes were unreadable. "I told you this wasn't trust." "I was wrong. Don't make me regret it." They got Harry inside. The infirmary was already full, a werewolf with deep claw marks from a construct's attack, 2 students with panic-induced magical injuries, and the hooded figure who'd been pinned by Bianca's tree, now restrained with enchanted cuffs and guarded by Dr. Sangre. The school's healer, a large, no-nonsense Gorgon named Madame Petra, no relation to the affected student, sat Harry on a cot and assessed his injuries with the clinical efficiency of someone who'd been patching up supernatural teenagers for decades. 2 cracked ribs. Nerve damage to the right arm, temporary. Magical exhaustion. Nexus feedback burns on both palms. She looked at him over her glasses, which was an impressive feat given that her hair snakes were simultaneously examining him from 3 different angles. You channeled raw Nexus energy through your body without a focus or a filter. Do you have any idea how stupid that is? It seemed like a good idea at the time. It should have killed you. Nexus energy isn't meant to be channeled by a single organism, the feedback alone should have burned out your magical core. She pressed a poultice against his ribs that smelled like burning sage and felt like liquid fire. The fact that you're sitting here instead of in a coma suggests your magical capacity is significantly larger than standard wizarding parameters. I've been told. You've been told, and you've been reckless anyway. Typical. She wrapped his ribs with practiced speed. Stay here tonight. No magic for 24 hours. If you try to leave, I'll have the snakes petrify your legs. Her hair snakes hissed in agreement. Harry lay back on the cot and stared at the infirmary ceiling and felt every injury simultaneously now that the adrenaline was fading. The ceiling was painted. Someone, a student, probably, decades ago, had covered it with a mural of the night sky. Constellations mapped in gold paint against deep blue, connected by silver lines into patterns Harry didn't recognize. Outcast constellations, maybe. A different sky than the one he'd grown up under. He was still looking at the ceiling when the door opened. 40 minutes later, and Enid walked in with a tray of food she'd clearly stolen from the kitchen, followed by Wednesday carrying a book and wearing an expression that could have etched glass. Before you say anything, Harry started. You absorbed a direct Nexus feedback pulse and redirected it as a concussive blast, Wednesday said. Without preparation, without shielding, without any apparent understanding of the forces involved. I was being attacked. You were being effective. Which is not the same as being safe. She sat in the chair beside his cot and opened her book. I told you to bring your wand to the chapel. I did not tell you to use your body as a magical explosive device against a dark arts operative with entity-enhanced combat abilities. In my defense, I didn't know he was entity-enhanced until I was fighting him. In your defense, you are chronically incapable of self-preservation. Wednesday opened her book to a specific page. Cassius Knott. Harry looked at her. You know who he is? I investigated while you were being bandaged. The captured operative, after Bianca applied siren persuasion at appropriate intensity, identified the leader as Cassius Knott. Former Death Eater. Officially listed as deceased after the First Wizarding War. Brother of Theodore Knott, a current Hogwarts student. The captured operative claims Cassius has been operating independently for 6 years, building a network of dark wizards and willing outcast mercenaries. He said the Hollowed King gave him intelligence. Yes. The entity is playing multiple games simultaneously. It fed Cassius information to draw an attack to Nevermore. The attack destabilizes the school, amplifies fear and conflict, and weakens the seal further. Whether Cassius succeeds or fails, the Hollowed King benefits. Wednesday turned a page with more force than necessary. We're being manipulated. All of us. Including Cassius. Enid set the food tray on Harry's bedside table. I brought you soup. It's chicken noodle. I know you're going to say you're not hungry but you just exploded and you need calories, and I will literally spoon feed you if I have to, don't test me. Harry looked at the soup. Looked at Enid's fierce, tear-stained face. Looked at Wednesday's rigid composure and the slight tremor in the hand that held her book. You were worried, he said. To both of them. To the room. I was concerned about the strategic implications of losing our primary Nexus interface, Wednesday said without looking up. She ran to the window when the blast happened, Enid said. She grabbed my arm hard enough to bruise. That's a mischaracterization of Wednesday. Wednesday closed her book. Met his eyes. And for a moment, the mask wasn't down, it was transparent. Harry could see straight through the clinical detachment to the fear underneath. Not fear of him. Fear for him. You took a curse meant for Enid, Wednesday said quietly. The bone-breaking hex. I saw it from the window. The hooded figure aimed at Enid and you stepped into the path. Harry frowned. In the chaos of the fight, he hadn't processed the moment consciously. But now that Wednesday said it, the memory surfaced, the flash of green-tinged magic angling toward Enid's unprotected back, and his body moving before his mind caught up. Taking the hit. Feeling the rib crack. I didn't think about it, he said. No, Wednesday agreed. You didn't. That's the point. She stood, placed her book on his bedside table, and did something that made Enid's eyes go round as moons. She reached out and pushed Harry's hair back from his forehead. A single, deliberate gesture. Her cold fingers brushed his scar, and Harry felt his magic respond, not with pain or alarm, but with a shiver of recognition, like a tuning fork finding its note. Get some rest, Wednesday said. We have work to do tomorrow. She left. Enid stared at the door, then at Harry, then back at the door. Did she just, was that, oh my God. Enid pressed both hands to her cheeks. Harry. Harry. She touched your face. Wednesday Adams touched your face. That's like a normal person proposing marriage. That's like a cat sitting on your lap. That is unprecedented, Enid. Right. Sorry. Soup. Eat the soup. She sat on the edge of his cot, vibrating with an energy that was part werewolf and part pure Enid. But we're talking about this later. We are absolutely talking about this later. Harry ate the soup. It was good, warm, simple, made with the kind of care that suggested Enid had personally supervised the kitchen. His ribs ached. His arm was still numb. His palms were bandaged and burning. But the soup was warm, and Enid was beside him, and the memory of Wednesday's fingers on his forehead was a small, precise point of light in the darkness. He fell asleep with the tray still on his lap. Enid caught it before it fell, set it aside, and pulled a blanket up to his chin with a tenderness that made her wolf side rumble in approval. She stayed until his breathing evened out. Then she left, and the infirmary was quiet, and Harry slept without dreams for the second night in a row. He woke to voices. Hushed, tense, coming from the corridor outside the infirmary. Can't keep him here. This is exactly what I warned the council about. A woman's voice, unfamiliar. Hard. A wizard draws dark wizards. He's a magnet for the very forces this school was built to escape. He's also the reason those forces didn't breach the main building. Weems's voice, equally hard. Potter destroyed those constructs single-handedly. Without him, the breach reaches the dormitories. Without him, there is no breach. There is no Cassius Knot, no Death Eater assault, no dark constructs on our grounds. Every threat we've faced in the last week is a direct consequence of his presence. And the Nexus disturbances? The student episodes? Those began before Potter arrived. A pause. The council's position is clear. We want the wizard removed. Transfer him back to Dumbledore. Let the wizarding world handle its own problems. The council's position is noted. My position is that Potter stays until I determine otherwise. This is still my school. For now. Footsteps, receding. Harry lay still and processed. The Nevermore Council, the governing body of Outcast elders Weems had mentioned, wanted him gone. And they had a point. Cassius had come for Harry. The assault was Harry's fault, in the most direct and unavoidable sense. If he left, the immediate threat went with him. But the Hollowed King stayed. The seal stayed broken. And the school, the students, the wolves, the vampires, Enid, Wednesday, stayed sitting on top of something that was slowly, inevitably climbing toward the surface. Leaving was the easy choice. The kind choice, even. Remove the target, remove the danger. Classic Harry Potter sacrifice play, give yourself up so others don't have to pay for your existence. He'd been making that calculation his entire life. Walking to Voldemort in the forest. Offering himself up because that's what the prophecy demanded, what Dumbledore expected, what the world required. And he was sick of it. Harry got up. His ribs protested. He ignored them. Found his wand on the bedside table, his shoes under the cot, and the book Wednesday had left, a slim volume titled Nexus Theory, Advanced Applications. He opened it. Inside the front cover, Wednesday had written in her angular hand, Chapter 4. Page 87. The section on resonance bridging. Read it before you decide anything stupid. Harry turned to page 87 and read the passage she'd marked. Resonance bridging refers to the theoretical practice of connecting two incompatible magical systems through a shared frequency. Just as a bridge connects two shores that cannot otherwise meet, a resonance bridge connects magical traditions that evolved separately. The wizard channels through external foci. The outcast channels through internal essence. A resonance bridge would require an individual capable of both, a conduit who could carry the wizard's channeled will and the outcast's inherent power simultaneously. Such an individual has never been documented. The magical and physiological requirements would be extraordinary. But theoretical models suggest that a resonance bridge, once established, could power structures, including containment seals, that neither wizarding nor outcast magic could sustain alone. Harry read the passage 3 times. Wednesday wasn't just looking for an alternative power source for the seal. She was looking for a bridge, a fusion of wizarding and outcast magical traditions that would create something stronger than either. And she thought Harry, whose magic had evolved beyond standard wizarding parameters, who could channel Nexus energy through his body, who had survived direct psychic contact with the Hollowed King, might be the conduit. It was brilliant. Terrifying. And it meant Harry couldn't leave. Not because the school needed protecting from external threats, Nevermore had survived without him for centuries. But because Harry might be the only person alive who could reinforce the seal in a way that would last. Not by accepting his prophecy. Not by denying it. By becoming something new. Something that existed at the intersection of wizard and outcast, channeled will and inherent power, destiny and choice. He dressed. Left the infirmary. Walked through halls that were quiet with the aftermath of violence, broken glass swept into piles, scorch marks on the stone, a section of the entrance hall wall that bore the impact crater of a particularly forceful curse. Students watched him pass. Not with fear this time, with something more complicated. The werewolves who'd fought beside him nodded. A vampire he didn't recognize murmured, "Nice work," as he passed. Even Bianca, standing in the entrance hall directing a cleanup crew with the organizational efficiency of a wartime general, gave him a look that was almost, approving. Harry found Wednesday in the library. 3rd floor. Restricted section. She'd beaten him there, of course she had, and was surrounded by ancient texts, her measurement device on the table beside a cup of black coffee that looked strong enough to dissolve metal. "You read the passage," she said. "Resonance bridging. You think I can do it? I think you're the only person who might be able to do it. Your magic already interfaces with the Nexus in ways that shouldn't be possible. The evolution triggered by your godfather's death didn't just make you stronger, it made you compatible. With outcast energy. With the Nexus itself. And if I can bridge the systems, wizard and outcast, I can power the seal without accepting the prophecy. In theory. In theory. Stop repeating my caveats. It's unnerving." She pulled a chair out for him. An absurdly normal gesture from someone who normally showed consideration through strategic intelligence rather than social courtesy. "Sit." We need to map the remaining anchor, the west point, beneath your dormitory. If the connection anchor is still intact, it might hold long enough for us to develop the bridging technique. Harry sat. Their shoulders were close, closer than Wednesday usually allowed. The restricted section was cold, the kind of deep chill that seeped up from the stone, and Harry could feel Wednesday's warmth beside him. Small. Human. Real. I'm not leaving, Harry said. I know. Not because of the seal. Because this is where I'm supposed to be. Not prophecy supposed to be. Choice supposed to be. Wednesday turned to look at him. The library was quiet around them, ancient books breathing their paper and ink breath, the Nexus humming below, the whole vast machinery of Nevermore Academy settling after a night of violence. When I had my vision of you, she said, before you arrived. I saw destruction. I assumed you were the cause. I was wrong. You were standing at the center because you were the only one trying to hold everything together. Wednesday, I'm not finished. Her voice was steady but something beneath it wasn't. I don't form attachments easily. Attachment requires vulnerability, and vulnerability requires trust, and trust requires, she stopped. Recalibrated. I trust you. That's what I'm saying. Poorly. With excessive preamble. But the statement stands. Harry looked at her, at the girl who spoke in data and expressed affection through strategic alliances and had touched his face last night with a hand that trembled so slightly only someone who'd been watching very closely would have noticed. I trust you too, he said. Good. She opened a book. Now help me translate this. It's in Proto-Outcast, and my knowledge of the consonant shifts is imperfect. They worked. Side by side, shoulder to shoulder, translating ancient texts and mapping seal structures and building the theoretical framework for something that had never been attempted in the history of magic. The library breathed around them. The Nexus hummed below. And somewhere in the dark spaces between the words, a connection formed, not romantic, not yet, not in any way that either of them would have acknowledged aloud. But real. Present. Growing. Two people who'd been told what they were their entire lives, choosing together what they wanted to become. The afternoon brought news that turned the school's tentative recovery into something sharper. A student was found in the woods. Marcus Chen, a 17-year-old shapeshifter, quiet kid, kept to himself, was discovered by a patrol of Rowan's wolves at the edge of the boundary, standing perfectly still between two dead trees. His eyes were white. His mouth moved constantly, producing a low, continuous murmur in a language none of the wolves recognized. They brought him to the infirmary. Madame Petra sedated him. But even sedated, his mouth kept moving. Wednesday was called in. Her psychic abilities made her the closest thing Nevermore had to a diagnostic tool for cognitive anomalies. She sat beside Marcus's bed for 20 minutes, hands on his temples, eyes closed, her face progressively losing color. When she opened her eyes, she looked at Harry, who was standing in the doorway because Madame Petra had not technically cleared him to be vertical yet. He's channeling, Wednesday said. The Hollowed King is using him as a speaker. A relay. The entity's consciousness is too diffused to project clearly through the Nexus, it loses coherence. But if it anchors to a living mind, it uses the student as an antenna. Exactly. Wednesday's hands were shaking. She pressed them flat against her thighs. The language he's speaking is preconvergence. The same script in the oldest grimoire texts. I can understand fragments. What's he saying? Wednesday looked at Marcus, sedated, white-eyed, murmuring, and translated in a voice stripped of all emotion. The one who runs feeds the one who waits. The spark and the seer build their little bridge. Let them build. Let them plan. The fourth anchor cracks tonight. And when it breaks, she paused. The feast begins. The infirmary went cold. The fourth anchor, Harry said. The connection anchor. Beneath my room. It's making a move. Tonight. The attacks, the constructs, the political pressure, they were distractions. Entertainment. The real strategy was always the seal. Wednesday stood. Her composure was back, welded into place with the force of will. We need everyone. Rowan, Bianca, Xavier, Enid. The connection anchor is the last barrier. If it falls, the hollowed king can begin manifesting. How do we reinforce an anchor that's powered by accepted connection? Wednesday met his eyes. The answer was in her expression before she said it. We accept it, she said. Not the prophecy. The connection. The bonds we've formed here. You, me, Enid, the others, we stand on the anchor point and we choose each other. Willingly, openly, without reservation. That's not magic. It's exactly magic. It's the oldest magic there is. Older than wands, older than bloodlines, older than the Nexus itself. She paused, and something raw surfaced in her dark eyes. The seal's creators understood something that wizards and outcasts have spent millennia forgetting. Magic isn't power. It's connection. The bond between beings who choose to stand together despite every rational reason not to. Harry thought about Enid, who'd befriended him without agenda. Rowan, who'd challenged him and then fought beside him. Bianca, whose hostility had been honest and whose respect was earned. Xavier, who'd shown him the drawing of his own destruction because he thought Harry deserved to know. And Wednesday. Wednesday, who'd shared her rooftop and her trust and the most terrifying sentence he'd ever heard her speak, I trust you. Then we do it tonight, Harry said. Tonight, Wednesday agreed. They looked at each other across Marcus Chen's murmuring body, and Harry felt something lock into place, not destiny, not prophecy, just the simple, terrifying certainty of a choice made freely. The hollowed king was making its move. And for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was going to stop running toward a fight and start running toward people. He had the strangest feeling that would turn out to be the more powerful option. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Prophecy's Shadow. They had 6 hours before sundown. Wednesday assembled the team in the only room on campus that the Hollowed King's Nexus-channeled awareness couldn't easily penetrate, Weems's office, which the principal had grudgingly surrendered after Wednesday presented her theory about the entity's surveillance capabilities with the persuasive force of a prosecuting attorney delivering closing arguments. The Nexus carries the Hollowed King's consciousness the way water carries sound, Wednesday explained, standing before the assembled group with her map of the seal spread across Weems's desk. Any location touching the ground is compromised. This office is on the 4th floor, has reinforced anti-surveillance wards from Weems's tenure, and is as far from the Nexus signal as we can get without leaving the building. Harry stood beside her. His ribs were wrapped, his right arm still tingling from the numbing hex, but he was functional. Around the desk, Rowan Voss, arms crossed, wolf eyes scanning the room with territorial alertness. Enid, perched on the windowsill, her cheerful exterior barely containing the nervous energy radiating from every pore. Bianca Barkley, seated in Weems's chair with the natural authority of someone who assumed every chair was her chair. And Xavier Thorpe, standing apart from the group, sketchbook clutched to his chest, dark circles under his eyes that hadn't been there a week ago. Weems herself occupied a corner, observing. Not participating, that wasn't her role. But present. Bearing witness. The seal has 4 anchors, Wednesday continued. 3 are cracked. The 4th, the connection anchor, beneath the east dormitory, specifically beneath Harry's room, is the last barrier. The Hollowed King has announced its intention to break this anchor tonight. Announced? Bianca's eyebrow arched. It's making announcements now. Through Marcus Chen. The entity is using compromised students as relays, biological antennas for its consciousness. Marcus was the clearest channel so far. Wednesday pointed to the west point on her map. The connection anchor is unique among the 4. It's powered by accepted connection, genuine bonds between beings. The original seal makers understood that the most powerful magical force isn't channeled energy or inherited ability. It's the choice to bind yourself to others. So what's the plan? Rowan's voice was gravel. We hold hands and sing songs. Don't be reductive. The anchor requires presence, intent, and genuine emotional investment from a group of individuals who have consciously chosen to connect with each other. Wednesday's gaze swept the room. Harry's presence weakened the other three anchors because he embodies denied destiny, unfulfilled potential, avoided conflict, unprocessed grief. But the connection anchor responds to a different energy. And Harry's connections here, with all of you, are real. Recent, fragile, complicated. But real. You're saying our friendship with Harry is literally holding the world together, Enid said. I'm saying your genuine, freely chosen relationships with Harry generate the specific type of magical energy that the connection anchor needs to maintain integrity. Yes. That's the most Wednesday way anyone has ever described friendship. Focus, Sinclair. Harry stepped forward. Here's what we know. The Hollowed King will attempt to shatter the fourth anchor tonight. It's been weakening the Nexus for weeks, corrupting students, amplifying negative emotions, all building toward this. If the anchor breaks, the entity begins manifesting physically. Not fully, the seal will still slow it, but enough to directly influence the campus and eventually break free entirely. And if we reinforce the anchor? Bianca asked. We buy time. Wednesday's been developing a theory, resonance bridging. A way to power the seal using a fusion of wizarding and outcast magic that didn't exist when the original seal was created. But the technique isn't ready. We need days, maybe weeks, to develop it properly. Tonight is about holding the line. How? Rowan leaned forward. Wednesday took over. We position ourselves at the anchor point. All of us. Harry serves as the primary conduit. His magic interfaces with the Nexus directly, which gives him access to the anchor's resonance frequency. The rest of us provide the emotional component. Genuine connection. Willingness to be present, to be vulnerable, to choose each other. You're asking a room full of supernatural outcasts to be vulnerable, Bianca said flatly. On command. In a crisis. I'm asking a room full of people who chose to show up to this meeting to do what they've already demonstrated they're capable of doing. Wednesday's voice didn't waver. Enid befriended Harry within hours of his arrival, with no agenda and no reservation. Rowan challenged him, fought him, and then stood beside him in battle. Bianca evaluated him, tested him, and accepted him into the Nightshade Society. Xavier, she glanced at the artist. Xavier showed Harry his psychic drawings. His fears. His vulnerabilities. Xavier's grip on his sketchbook tightened. He didn't speak. And Harry, Wednesday continued, her voice dropping half a register, took a curse for Enid. Fought for a school that wasn't his. Stayed when leaving would have been easier. She paused. Connection isn't a spell. It can't be faked. But it also can't be denied when it exists. And it exists in this room. Silence. The kind of silence that happens when a group of people realize they've been drafted into something bigger than any of them planned for. Rowan broke it. My pack felt the constructs last night. 3 of my wolves were injured. Whatever's beneath this school threatened my people. His amber eyes fixed on Harry. I'm in. Not for you, Potter. For them. Understood. I'm in, Enid said immediately, because Enid would walk into a volcano if a friend needed her to. Obviously. Don't even ask. Bianca studied the map. Her siren senses were working. Harry could see it in the way her eyes moved, reading frequencies of intent and emotion that were invisible to everyone else. The connection anchor operates on a resonance principle, she said. My abilities include frequency manipulation. If the anchor has a specific resonance signature, I can amplify it. Boost the signal. Exactly what I was going to propose, Wednesday said. Your siren abilities make you the key amplifier in this configuration. Bianca's expression shifted, not quite a smile, but the recognition of being valued for her abilities rather than managed for her threat potential. Fine. I'll need to calibrate. Give me access to the anchor point before tonight so I can tune my frequency to its signature. Done. They all looked at Xavier. The artist hadn't moved. He stood apart from the group, sketchbook pressed to his chest like armor, and his eyes, dark, shadowed, wrong, stared at a fixed point on the floor. Harry had noticed it when Xavier walked in, something was off. The easy confidence was gone. The artistic slouch had been replaced by rigid tension. And his hands, his charcoal-stained, drawing-blessed hands, were trembling. Xavier, Wednesday said. Her voice carried a note Harry hadn't heard before, careful. Almost gentle. We need your psychic abilities. Your drawings can visualize the anchor structure in ways my equipment can't capture. You're an essential component. Xavier looked up. His eyes met Harry's, and Harry felt a jolt of recognition, the same hollow, haunted expression he'd seen in his own mirror 100 times. The look of someone fighting something inside their own head. I'm in, Xavier said. His voice was thin. Wrong. Wednesday frowned, a micro-expression, there and gone. She moved on to logistics, positioning, timing, the specific arrangement of their group around the anchor point. But Harry saw her glance at Xavier twice more during the briefing, and each time her frown deepened. After the meeting, Harry caught Wednesday in the corridor. Something's wrong with Xavier. I know. His eyes. His hands. He's not, I know, Harry. Wednesday's voice was tight. I've known for 3 days. His psychic energy is compromised. The hollowed king has been whispering to him, the same way it whispered to Marcus Chen, but slower. More subtle. Xavier's a psychic, his mind is already open to external frequencies. The entity didn't need to break in. It just needed to tune to his channel. Harry's stomach dropped. He's compromised. He's influenced. Not controlled. The distinction matters. Xavier is still himself, still making his own choices. But his choices are being shaped by information the entity is feeding him. Amplified insecurities. Exaggerated fears. What kind of fears? Wednesday was quiet for a moment. He's jealous. Of you. Your power, your prominence, your... She paused. Your relationship with me. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. Xavier and I have history, Wednesday said, clinical as a surgeon. Last year, we had a brief connection that I terminated when it became clear our interests were incompatible. He accepted the termination intellectually. Emotionally, the situation is more complex. And the hollowed king is using that. The entity feeds on unfulfilled potential. Xavier's unresolved feelings are a buffet. It's amplifying his jealousy, his sense of inadequacy, his fear of being replaced. Wednesday's jaw tightened. I should have addressed it sooner. I identified the signs and chose to focus on the SEAL research instead. A strategic miscalculation that may have significant consequences. Can we help him? Before tonight? I don't know. Psychic influence at this level requires the subject to recognize they're being manipulated. If Xavier doesn't see what's happening to him, then we tell him. And if the entity has shaped his perception so thoroughly that our warning sounds like paranoia? Or worse, like a coordinated attempt to exclude him. Harry thought about it. Thought about the insidious subtlety of manipulation, how Voldemort had fed him false visions, how the Ministry had used the Prophet to make him look insane, how easy it was to make someone distrust the people trying to help them when you controlled the narrative inside their head. We include him tonight, Harry said. We keep him close. If the hollowed king's influence is the problem, proximity to genuine connection might be the counter. Or proximity to the anchor point might give the entity a direct line to the one component of our defense that's already compromised. Wednesday, we can't exclude him. That's exactly what the king wants. Isolation feeds it. Connection starves it. If we push Xavier away, we validate every fear the entity has planted. Wednesday closed her eyes. An unusual gesture, she processed internally, rarely showing the strain of computation. You're right. Strategically and emotionally. We include him. But I'll be monitoring his psychic signature throughout the process. If it shifts, if the entity attempts to use him as a vector, I'll intervene. How? Unpleasantly. She opened her eyes. Go rest. You have cracked ribs and Nexus burns and you've been upright for 4 hours against medical advice. If you collapse during the anchor defense, I'll be very angry. I thought you didn't do emotions. Anger is an exception. I've always been gifted at anger. She turned to leave, then stopped. Harry. Yeah. What you said in the meeting. That you stayed when leaving would have been easier. She didn't turn around. That matters. I want you to know that it matters. She walked away. Harry leaned against the corridor wall and pressed his hand to his cracked ribs and thought about the weight of mattering to someone like Wednesday Addams. It was heavier than the prophecy. And lighter than anything he'd ever carried. Harry spent the afternoon doing something he'd almost forgotten was possible, resting. Not sleeping, his mind wouldn't slow down enough for that. But lying on his bed with Hedwig on the pillow beside him, reading Wednesday's annotated copy of Nexus Theory, Advanced Applications and feeling the building breathe around him. His room felt different now that he knew what was beneath it. The west anchor, the connection point, hummed with a frequency distinct from the general Nexus vibration. Warmer. More personal. Like the magical equivalent of a heartbeat, pulsing with the combined resonance of every genuine bond formed within its radius over centuries. Harry pressed his palm to the floor. The wood was warm. Alive. I can feel you, he thought. Not to the hollowed king, to the anchor. To the seal. To the magic that generations of outcasts had poured into the foundations of a school built to protect people the world had rejected. The anchor pulsed. A response. Not words, a feeling. Something like recognition. Something like hope. Hedwig hooted softly and nipped his ear. I know, girl. I'm going to do something dangerous tonight. Hedwig's amber eyes conveyed a world-weary obviously that transcended species. You could sound more surprised. She tucked her head under her wing and went to sleep. Harry smiled and went back to reading. The chapter on resonance bridging was dense but revelatory. The theory was sound. Two incompatible magical systems could be connected through a conduit capable of channeling both simultaneously. The conduit would serve as a translator, converting wizard-channeled magic into a form compatible with Outcast inherent energy and vice versa. The problem was that the process was theoretically lethal. The conduit's magical core would be subjected to contradictory forces, the controlled precision of wizarding magic pulling in one direction, the wild organicism of Outcast energy pulling in the other. Without perfect balance, the conduit would be torn apart from the inside. Harry read the relevant passage 3 times. The resonance bridge demands complete equilibrium between the two systems. The conduit must hold both energies in perfect tension, not suppressing either, not favoring one over the other, but maintaining a state of dynamic balance that allows both systems to coexist within a single magical core. This state has been theoretically described as harmonic unity, the point at which two opposing forces cease to oppose and begin to complement. No documented case of harmonic unity has been observed. The closest approximation was the Great Convergence of 847 CE, during which a group of 12 magic users, 6 wizards and 6 outcasts, attempted a resonance bridge at the Nordic Nexus. The attempt failed. All 12 died. Harry closed the book. Stared at the ceiling. 12 people had tried this once. All 12 had died. Wednesday knew this. She'd read the same passage. She'd annotated it with a small, precise note in the margin: different circumstances. Different conduit. The 847 group lacked a Nexus evolved wizard. Variables are not equivalent. She was right. Probably. Maybe. The 847 group hadn't had someone like Harry, someone whose magic had already evolved to interface with the Nexus, who could channel raw Outcast energy through his body and survive. But probably, and maybe, weren't exactly reassuring when the alternative was being torn apart at the molecular level. Harry put the book down. Pressed his palm to the floor again. Felt the anchor pulse. I'm going to try to save you, he thought. I might die doing it. But I'm going to try. The anchor pulsed again. Warmer this time. Almost grateful. The Harvest Festival was supposed to have been cancelled. Weems had announced the cancellation that morning, citing security concerns after the perimeter breach. But the Student Council, led by Bianca, with the support of every faction president, had pushed back. The Harvest Festival was a century-old Nevermore tradition. Canceling it meant letting the attack win. Letting fear win. Weems relented. The festival would proceed, but with enhanced security, doubled patrols, reinforced wards, faculty stationed at every entry point. It would be contained to the central quad, away from the perimeter, and end by 10 p.m. By 6 o'clock, the quad was transformed. Lanterns hung from every tree, casting warm amber light that softened Nevermore's Gothic edges. Tables lined the pathways, loaded with food, Outcast cuisine that Harry was still learning to navigate, including a werewolf delicacy that tasted like venison if venison had been struck by lightning. Music played from somewhere, a band of mixed-species students producing sounds that shouldn't have worked together but somehow did. Fangs and furs and stoners and scales mixed under the lanterns with the careful ease of a community performing normalcy. Harry attended because Wednesday told him to. Normal behavior reduces suspicion. The Hollowed King is watching through the Nexus. If we alter our patterns significantly, it will know we're planning something. So Harry stood in the Harvest Festival with a cup of something that might have been cider and might have been enchanted, watching Enid drag a reluctant Rowan onto the dance area with the determination of someone who would not take no for an answer, and tried to look normal. He was terrible at it. His ribs ached. His palm itched where the Nexus burns were healing. And his eyes kept scanning the crowd, the perimeter, the tree line, combat habits that he couldn't turn off and that probably made him look like the least relaxed person in attendance. Wednesday appeared beside him. She'd changed for the festival, still black, still Wednesday, but a dress instead of her usual uniform. The neckline was sharp, the hem precise, and she wore it like armor designed for a different kind of battle. "You look like you're attending a funeral," she said. "Is that not the appropriate vibe?" "For me, always. For a festival, less so." She took the cup from his hand, sniffed it, wrinkled her nose, and handed it back. "Apple mead. Gorgon brewed. It'll dissolve your stomach lining in 3 cups. Good to know." They stood side by side, watching the festival. Lantern light painted them in warm gold, and for a moment, a single, suspended moment, they were just 2 people at a party, standing close enough that their shoulders almost touched. "After tonight," Wednesday said, "whatever happens with the anchor, I want to continue the resonance bridging research. Even if tonight goes well. Especially if tonight goes well. The 4th anchor is a stopgap. Even if we reinforce it, the other 3 are still cracked. The seal is compromised. Long term, we need a permanent solution." She paused. "Long term implies you're staying." "I'm staying. For the research. For the research. And other things." Wednesday turned her head. The lantern light caught her face, and Harry saw something he'd never seen there before, not vulnerability, not softness, but something adjacent to both. A willingness to be seen. "Other things," she repeated. "If you're interested." In what, specifically? In finding out what happens when two people who've never been normal stop trying to be and just. He searched for the word. Exist. Together. Whatever that looks like. Wednesday was quiet for a long moment. The festival swirled around them, music, laughter, the complicated joy of a community choosing celebration despite fear. That's the least romantic proposition I've ever received, she said. Is it working? Moderately. The corner of her mouth moved. That ghost smile, the one she'd been pretending didn't exist since the first day. I'll need time to evaluate the proposal fully. Perhaps over an extended period. Several months, minimum. I can work with that. And I have conditions. Of course you do. First, no grand gestures. I find them manipulative and aesthetically offensive. Second, honesty at all times, even when the truth is strategically disadvantageous. Third, if I ever tell you to leave me alone, you leave me alone. Immediately and without argument. Done. And fourth. She hesitated, the first genuine hesitation Harry had seen from her. Don't die tonight. That's not negotiable. Harry looked at her. She looked back. The festival lanterns burned around them, and somewhere beneath their feet, an ancient evil plotted its escape, and somewhere in the woods, a Death Eater schemed, and somewhere across an ocean, a war waited for a boy who wasn't ready to fight it. But here, in this moment, there was a girl with dark eyes who just asked him not to die, and Harry Potter decided that was the most compelling reason to survive he'd ever been given. Deal, he said. Wednesday nodded once. Brisk. Professional. As if they'd just concluded a business negotiation and not the most significant emotional exchange of both their lives. Good. Now come. Bianca needs to calibrate her frequency at the anchor point before tonight, and I need you there as a baseline reading. She walked away. Harry followed. And if their hands brushed as they moved through the crowd, fingers touching for a half-second before separating, neither of them mentioned it. The calibration took 30 minutes in Harry's room, during which Bianca sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, humming a single sustained note that modulated through frequencies Harry couldn't hear but could feel. The anchor responded, a warmth that pulsed upward through the floorboards, resonating with Bianca's siren song in a harmony that made Harry's magic sing. Got it, Bianca said, opening her eyes. The connection anchor operates at a frequency I've never encountered. It's not emotional, exactly. More like, intention. The desire to be present with someone else, voluntarily and completely. Can you amplify it? I can boost the signal by about 40% with sustained focus. More if the emotional input is strong. She looked at Harry. The quality of the connection matters more than the quantity. A single genuine bond will generate more energy than a dozen superficial ones. Wednesday wrote something in her notebook. That aligns with the theoretical framework. The seal was designed by beings who understood that authentic connection is the rarest and most powerful form of magic. Bianca stood, brushed off her skirt, and gave Harry a look that was equal parts assessment and something warmer. For what it's worth, Potter, whatever you are to this school, you're not what I expected. I keep hearing that. Perhaps you should update your expectations of yourself accordingly. She left with the grace of someone who made every exit a performance. Wednesday closed her notebook. Bianca is right. About which part? About you not being what anyone expected. Including yourself. She moved to the door. 9 p.m. This room. Everyone in position. I'll brief Enid and Rowan. I'll talk to Xavier. Wednesday paused. Be careful. You said that already. Repetition suggests sincerity. She left. Harry found Xavier in the art studio, a converted classroom on the ground floor where Outcast students with creative abilities practiced their craft. The room was scattered with half-finished paintings, sculptures that occasionally twitched, and the general creative chaos of teenagers with supernatural powers and access to art supplies. Xavier was alone. Drawing. Harry approached carefully, the way you'd approach a wild animal, no sudden movements, no threatening posture. Xavier didn't look up, but his shoulders tensed. He knew Harry was there. "Can I see?" Harry asked. Xavier's charcoal froze. He looked up, and Harry saw the damage more clearly than before. The dark circles weren't just fatigue, they were the physical manifestation of psychic erosion. Xavier's eyes had a glazed quality, a thin film between his consciousness and the world. And his drawings. Harry looked at the sketchbook. The page was covered in a single, obsessive image, a crowned figure, rendered in increasingly frantic detail. The Hollowed King. Xavier had been drawing it over and over, each iteration more detailed, more real. Harry could almost feel the drawings humming with psychic energy, each one a doorway, a manifestation, a step toward giving the entity form. "Xavier." Harry sat beside him. "You need to stop drawing this." "I can't." Xavier's voice was hollow. Distant. "It's all I see. Every time I close my eyes. Every time I pick up the charcoal. It's there, in my head, showing me what it looks like, asking me to make it real. That's the Hollowed King. It's using your psychic abilities to, I know what it's doing." Xavier's hand moved, adding another line to the crowned figure. "I've known for days. You think I haven't felt it? The voice in my head, whispering about how you're replacing me. How Wednesday chose you over me. How I'll never be good enough, how my art is just a parlor trick while your magic can crack the world open." Harry's chest tightened. "That's not, it is, though. Isn't it?" Xavier looked at him, and behind the glaze, behind the entity's influence, something real and hurt and human burned. "You walked in here and in 4 days you've become the most important person in this school. Wednesday, she never looked at me the way she looks at you. Like you're a puzzle she actually wants to solve." "Xavier, those feelings are being amplified. Amplified isn't the same as invented." Xavier's voice cracked. "The thing in my head didn't create the jealousy, Harry. It found it. It was already there. It just turned up the volume." Harry was quiet. Because Xavier was right, and lying about it would have been the worst possible response. "Yeah," Harry said. "I know how that works." Xavier blinked. The honesty had surprised him. "Voldemort used to send me visions," Harry said. "False ones, mixed with real ones. He'd take my existing fears, losing my friends, failing, not being good enough, and amplify them into nightmares that felt like prophecy. The trick wasn't the lie. The trick was using truth as the delivery system." Xavier's hand stopped drawing. "The jealousy is real," Harry continued. "I'm not going to tell you it isn't. You had feelings for Wednesday and she chose to move on. That hurts. Anyone telling you it shouldn't hurt is full of it." He paused. "But the voice using that pain to control you, to make you its instrument, that's not your jealousy. That's a parasite feeding on your wound." Xavier stared at his drawing. The crowned figure stared back from the page, rendered with such psychic detail that it almost seemed to move. "I can hear it right now," Xavier whispered. "Telling me you're manipulating me. That this concern is just you protecting your position. That I should keep drawing, keep giving it shape, because at least the king values my art. What does your gut say?" "My gut says you're sitting in an art studio with cracked ribs because you're worried about me." Xavier's voice trembled. "My gut says the voice is lying. Trust your gut." Xavier looked at the drawing. Then, with a deliberate motion that Harry could see cost him enormously, he ripped the page from the sketchbook. Crumpled it. Dropped it on the floor. The room shuddered. A faint, distant sound, something between a scream and a snarl, vibrated through the floor. The Hollowed King, feeling its puppet strings cut. Xavier grabbed the edge of the table. His knuckles were white, his face gray. The entity was pushing back. Harry could feel it through the Nexus, a surge of malicious intent directed at the artist's unshielded mind. Harry put his hand on Xavier's shoulder. Channeled, not magic, not Nexus energy, just presence. The deliberate, physical act of being there. Of choosing to stand with someone who was fighting something invisible. The pressure eased. Xavier's color returned. His breathing steadied. It's still there, Xavier said. In the background. Quieter. But still there. Then we keep it quiet. Together. Tonight, the anchor defense. We need you, Xavier. Not your drawings. You. Your presence. Your choice to be part of something real instead of something that feeds on your pain. Xavier looked at the crumpled drawing on the floor. At Harry's hand on his shoulder. At the studio, where afternoon light filtered through windows and the ordinary tools of creation, charcoal, paper, canvas, lay scattered like the components of a spell that hadn't been cast yet. Okay, he said. I'm in. Harry squeezed his shoulder once, then released it. 9 p.m. My room. Your room. Right. Xavier almost smiled. Wednesday's going to be there. She's running the whole operation. Of course she is. The almost smile became an actual smile, fragile, complicated, but real. She'll be terrifying. Counting on it. Harry left the studio. In the corridor, he leaned against the wall and exhaled. The conversation had cost him more than he'd expected, not in energy but in emotional weight. Watching Xavier struggle against the king's influence was like watching a mirror version of his own battles with Voldemort's mental intrusion. The same pain. The same exploitation. The same fundamental violation of having someone else's voice in your head, using your own wounds against you. He pushed off the wall. 6 hours had become 3. The sun was setting over Nevermore, painting the Gothic spires in shades of red and gold that would have been beautiful if Harry weren't acutely aware that sunset meant nightfall, and nightfall meant the Hollowed King's assault on the last anchor. The festival continued in the quad, oblivious. Music and laughter and the defiant normalcy of a community that had survived centuries of persecution and wasn't about to let an ancient entity ruin their party. Harry walked through the celebration, accepted a plate of food Enid pressed into his hands, and ate standing up while watching the sun disappear behind the western hills. Somewhere beneath his feet, the connection anchor pulsed. Somewhere deeper, the Hollowed King waited. Tonight, Harry thought. We hold or we fall. At 9 p.m., they gathered. Harry's room had been cleared of furniture, bed, desk, wardrobe, all pushed against the walls to create an open space approximately 12 feet square. Hedwig watched from her perch with the judgmental alertness of a familiar who disapproved of the entire endeavor. Wednesday arrived first, carrying her measurement device and a leather satchel of supplies. She'd changed back into practical clothes, black trousers, black boots, a coat that allowed freedom of movement. She set up her equipment without speaking, her focus absolute. Rowan came next, with 2 of his senior wolves, Elara, the 14-year-old who'd shifted in her sleep, and a massive senior named Gregor who looked like he could bench press a truck. They stood near the door, radiating the coiled tension of wolves before a hunt. Bianca arrived alone, dressed in black, her expression the focused calm of someone who'd already begun tuning her internal frequency to the anchor's signature. Enid bounced in with a thermos of tea and a nervous energy that made the air around her sparkle. I brought chamomile. For after. Because apparently we're doing magic therapy with an ancient seal, and that seems like a chamomile situation. Xavier was last. He entered slowly, each step deliberate. His eyes were clearer than the afternoon, the conversation with Harry had helped, but Harry could see the strain. The entity hadn't given up. Wednesday assessed the group with a sweeping glance. Everyone knows their position. Harry at the center, he's the conduit, the primary interface with the anchor. Bianca to the west, she'll amplify the connection frequency. Rowan to the north, his pack bond represents instinctual, protective connection. Enid to the south, emotional warmth, unconditional acceptance. Xavier to the east, creative connection, the bond between vision and reality. And you? Harry asked. I'll be monitoring the psychic field. If the Hollowed King attempts to interfere, and it will, I'll detect it before it reaches any of you. She hesitated. I'm also the failsafe. If the defense fails, if the anchor breaks despite our efforts, I pull everyone out. That's not negotiable. Wednesday, not negotiable. Her eyes met Harry's with a ferocity that ended the argument before it started. Take your positions. They moved. Harry knelt at the center of the room, pressing his palms flat against the bare floorboards. The anchor was right there, inches below, humming with a warmth that answered his touch. He closed his eyes and let his magic open, reaching down through the wood and stone to the ancient construct below. The anchor was beautiful. Harry had no other word for it. In his magical senses, it appeared as a web of golden light, intricate as a spider's silk, woven from thousands of threads. Each thread was a connection, a bond formed in the rooms above over centuries. Friendships, romances, rivalries that evolved into respect, grudging alliances that became genuine partnerships. Generations of outcasts choosing to care about each other despite every reason not to. The web was intact but stressed. Dark threads ran through it, corruption from the Hollowed King, veins of cold that weakened the golden strands. 3 of the connecting nodes pulsed with sickly light, points where the entity's influence had nearly severed the web. I can see it, Harry breathed. The anchor. It's a web. It's made of us. Of everyone who's ever connected with someone in this building. Can you reach the damaged nodes? Wednesday's voice, calm, precise, anchoring him. I think so. There are 3 points of corruption. If I can channel Nexus energy to reinforce them, not Nexus energy. Not alone. That's raw, impersonal power. The anchor needs specific energy. Connection energy. Wednesday's hand found his shoulder. Open your awareness. Feel the people around you. Not their magic. Them. Harry opened himself wider. And there they were. Enid, a blaze of warmth to his south, her emotional energy like sunlight, fierce and unflinching and impossibly generous. She radiated love with the casual abundance of someone who'd never learned to ration it. Harry's magic reached for her energy and found, every time Enid had smiled at him, every plate of food pressed into his hands, every, you absolute idiot, that meant I care about you, you impossible person. Rowan, a pulse of fierce, protective heat to the north. The Alpha Wolf's connection was different from Enid's, not warm but loyal. The bone-deep commitment of a pack leader who decided, grudgingly and irrevocably, that Harry belonged under his protection. Harry felt, the moment Rowan had yielded in the crucible, the intelligence-sharing compact, the arm under Harry's shoulders after the battle. Bianca, a complex, shifting frequency to the west. The Siren's connection was the most complicated, layered with initial hostility, grudging respect, strategic calculation, and underneath it all, something unexpected, admiration. Bianca admired Harry. Not his power, his willingness to be honest in a world that rewarded performance. Harry felt, the test she'd set, the evaluation she'd made, the moment she'd said you might be worth keeping around. Xavier, to the east, a trembling, fragile signal. The artist's connection was damaged, the Hollowed King's corruption ran through it like cracks in glass. But beneath the damage, the thread held. Xavier's connection to Harry was built on shared vulnerability, the drawings, the warnings, the mutual recognition of what it felt like to be defined by abilities you didn't fully control. Harry felt, the sketchbook open to the psychic drawing, the act of trust in showing your fears to a stranger. And Wednesday. She stood outside the circle, monitoring, her hand on Harry's shoulder. But her connection burned through the contact like a live wire, intense, precise, unmistakable. Not warm like Enid's. Not loyal like Rowan's. Not admiring like Bianca's. Wednesday's connection was recognition. The bond of two people who saw each other clearly, flaws, scars, sharp edges, and all, and chose to stand together anyway. Harry felt, the rooftop, the cold wind, the shared silence. The notebook annotation. The hand on his forehead in the infirmary. I trust you. The most terrifying sentence Wednesday Addams had ever spoken, because she meant it absolutely. The anchor blazed. Harry gasped. The golden web beneath the floor surged with light, not his magic, not the Nexus, but the combined resonance of 6 people choosing, in this moment, to be genuinely connected to each other. The damaged node strengthened. The dark threads of corruption wavered, pushed back by a warmth that the Hollowed King couldn't replicate because the Hollowed King had never chosen anyone, had never been chosen, had existed for millennia in a solitude so absolute that it had forgotten what connection felt like. It's working, Bianca said, her voice tight with effort. Her siren song rose, not audible, but felt, a frequency amplification that boosted the connection energy by 40, 50, 60%. The anchor glowed brighter. Rowan growled, a low, sustained sound that was half wolf, half magic, a pack alpha channeling the protective fury of every wolf who'd ever stood between danger and the ones they loved. Enid was crying. Not from sadness, from the sheer intensity of feeling, the emotional equivalent of staring into the sun. She held her position and wept and radiated love with the stubborn, relentless generosity that defined her. Xavier's signal strengthened. Harry felt the artist's connection solidify, fragile but real, the courage of someone fighting an internal battle and winning. Xavier's creative energy wove through the anchor like new thread, reinforcing the web with the vivid, psychic intensity of an artist's vision. And then the Hollowed King struck. It came from below, a surge of darkness that hit the anchor like a tsunami. Cold, vast, obliterating. The entity had been waiting for them to commit, to pour themselves into the defense, and now it attacked with everything it had. The golden web shuddered. The damaged nodes cracked wider. Harry felt the connection straining, not breaking, not yet, but bending under pressure that no individual could withstand. The temperature in the room dropped 30 degrees in a second. Frost formed on the windows. The lights flickered and died. In the darkness, the Hollowed King spoke. Not through a relay. Not through the Nexus. Directly. Its voice filled the room like water filling a sinking ship. Connection. How sweet. How fragile. Let me show you what connection really means. The attack wasn't physical. It was psychological. The entity reached through the damaged threads in the anchor and pulled, dragging up every fear, every insecurity, every painful memory connected to the bonds in the room. Enid cried out. Harry felt what the king showed her, every time she'd been told she wasn't enough of a werewolf, every failure to transform, every whispered, she's defective, behind her back. Her sunshine flickered. Rowan snarled. The king showed him, his grandfather's broken arm, his grandmother's poisoned waters, the centuries of wizarding cruelty that made trusting Harry feel like treason against his own blood. His loyalty wavered. Bianca gasped. The king showed her, every person who'd ever loved her voice instead of her, every relationship built on siren influence instead of genuine feeling, the crushing fear that she was fundamentally unlovable without her powers. Her frequency destabilized. Xavier screamed. The king pushed harder against the artist's compromised mind, flooding him with visions, Harry and Wednesday together, laughing, choosing each other, leaving Xavier behind. The fragile thread of his connection frayed, splitting, beginning to snap. And Harry, the king showed Harry everything. Sirius falling. Cedric dying. His parents' faces behind the mirror glass. Every person who'd ever loved him, destroyed by proximity to his cursed existence. Connection kills, the king whispered. Everyone you love dies. That's not a fear, Harry Potter. That's a pattern. Harry's grip on the anchor faltered. The golden web dimmed. The darkness pressed closer. Give up, the king said, gentle as a lullaby. Let go. You were never meant to hold anything together. You were meant to break. And Harry almost did. Almost let go. Because the king was right, the pattern was real. His parents. Cedric. Sirius. Everyone he'd ever connected with had paid the price. But then Wednesday's hand tightened on his shoulder. Not a squeeze. Not a dramatic grasp. Just a shift in pressure, her fingers pressing harder, her cold hand steady and real and present. And through the contact, Harry felt her. Not her connection to him, her fight. The king was attacking Wednesday too, showing her visions of isolation, of her family's disappointment, of the fundamental alienation that came with seeing the world through the lens of death. And Wednesday was fighting it. Not with magic. With will. With the sheer, concentrated stubbornness of a girl who had decided that the ancient entity in her head was wrong, and that her decision to trust Harry Potter was not a vulnerability but a weapon. Harry. Her voice. Quiet. Certain. Cutting through the king's whispers like a blade through smoke. It's lying. The pattern it's showing you, it's selection bias. You've loved people who survived, too. Hermione. Ron. Enid. Me. She's using you, the king hissed. She sees you as a tool. Shut up, Harry said. Out loud. To the ancient, star-old entity beneath his feet. Shut up. He reached for the connections. Not the golden threads, the people. Enid, who loved without reservation. Rowan, who protected without compromise. Bianca, who demanded truth and offered respect. Xavier, who showed his fears because bravery wasn't the absence of vulnerability. Wednesday, who trusted him with the kind of ferocity that most people reserved for war. Harry pulled their energy together, not channeling it, not controlling it, but gathering it. Mixing it. Letting the warmth and the loyalty and the complicated, messy, imperfect reality of genuine human connection flow through him and into the anchor. The golden web blazed. Not with the clean, theoretical light of magical theory but with something wilder, messy, chaotic, real. The light of people who'd chosen each other despite every rational reason to walk away. The hollowed king screamed. The sound was enormous, a frequency that shattered the remaining frost on the windows and made the walls crack and sent every supernatural being in the building reeling. The entity threw itself against the anchor with the desperate fury of something that had come so close to freedom and could feel it slipping away. The fourth anchor held. Not because it was strong enough. It wasn't, the construct was ancient, damaged, designed for a different era. It held because the people standing on it were generating connection energy at a rate the seal's creators had never imagined. 6 people, from 3 different species, with 6 different kinds of bond, pouring everything they had into a single point of resistance. The darkness retreated. Not far, Harry could still feel the king, vast and furious, pressing against the seal from below. But the anchor was reinforced. The web was dense with new threads, fresh connections, strong and vivid, woven into the ancient structure by the act of standing together in the dark. The lights came back on. The temperature normalized. The room was intact. Harry opened his eyes. He was on the floor. When had he fallen? With Wednesday kneeling beside him, Enid on his other side, Rowan standing over all of them with his fists clenched and his wolf eyes blazing. Bianca sat against the wall, breathing hard, her siren composure shattered for the first time Harry had ever seen. Tears tracked down her cheeks, and she didn't bother wiping them away. Xavier was on his knees. His eyes were clear, completely clear, the glazed film gone. He was crying too, but differently. Like someone who'd just been released from a cage. It's gone, Xavier said. The voice. It's gone. I can't hear it anymore. Wednesday's hand was still on Harry's shoulder. She hadn't let go through the entire ordeal. The anchor held, she said. Her voice was steady. Her hand was not. The anchor held, Harry confirmed. Silence. The shared silence of people who'd been through something that couldn't be adequately expressed in language. Then Enid, because she was Enid, said, I'm going to need all the chamomile. And despite everything, the terror, the exhaustion, the knowledge that the hollowed king was still down there, still angry, still hungry, Harry laughed. And Enid laughed. And Rowan made a sound that might have been a laugh if you were generous with your definitions. Wednesday didn't laugh. But her hand on Harry's shoulder relaxed, just slightly, and her thumb moved in a small circle against his collarbone that was the Wednesday Addams equivalent of a standing ovation. Afterward, they sat in Harry's stripped-down room and drank Enid's chamomile and didn't talk about what the hollowed king had shown them. Not yet. Some wounds needed air before they could be cleaned. Rowan left first, with Alara and Gregor, to check on his pack. At the door, he turned back. Potter. Voss. My grandfather's name was Edmund. Edmund Voss. He died in that holding cell. Heart attack. The ministry listed the cause of death as natural causes during routine containment. Rowan's amber eyes were steady. I'm telling you this because connection goes both ways. You showed me yours tonight. This is mine. Harry nodded. No words were adequate. Rowan left. Bianca left next, after repairing her composure with the meticulous care of someone reassembling armor. At the door, she paused. The king showed me that no one loves me for who I am, she said. Quiet. Direct. No performance. It wasn't wrong. But it wasn't complete. People can learn to love differently. I'm working on it. You don't have to, I know I don't have to. She almost smiled. That's the point, Potter. Good night. Xavier lingered. He sat in the corner, sketchbook open, drawing, but different things now. The room. The people. Enid's tear-streaked smile. Rowan's silhouette in the doorway. Quick sketches, alive with energy that was warm instead of dark. The king's gone from my head, he told Harry. Not the feelings. The jealousy's still there. But it's mine now. Normal-sized. Something I can carry instead of something carrying me. That's progress. Yeah. Xavier looked at his sketch of the room. I'm sorry. For whatever the king would have used me for. I know it was planning something through me. You fought it. That's what matters. Xavier nodded. Closed his sketchbook. Stopped at the door and looked at Wednesday, who sat on the windowsill with her notebook and her cold composure and her unreadable dark eyes. Take care of each other, he said. He left. Enid followed, after hugging Harry with enough force to make his ribs file a formal complaint, and then hugging Wednesday, who endured it with the rigid tolerance of someone submitting to a necessary medical procedure. Then it was just Harry and Wednesday in the empty room with the reinforced anchor humming beneath their feet. Harry sat on the floor. Wednesday sat on the windowsill. The distance between them was 6 feet and felt like 6 inches. The king showed me something, Wednesday said. During the attack. While I was monitoring the psychic field. You don't have to tell me. I know. I'm choosing to. She was quiet for a moment. It showed me my own funeral. Not a metaphor, a literal vision. Everyone I've ever known, standing around a coffin, and the coffin was empty because no one had noticed I'd died. No one had been close enough to find the body. Harry's chest ached. The implication was clear, Wednesday continued, her voice clinical, her hands steady. That my isolation is not a choice but a fate. That connection is something I observe in others but will never experience. Wednesday, the vision was effective. I felt it, the despair, the certainty. For approximately 8 seconds, I believed it completely. She looked at him. And then I felt your shoulder under my hand, and I knew the entity was lying, because someone who was fated to die alone wouldn't feel this terrified of losing someone else. The room was very quiet. The anchor hummed. Outside, the last sounds of the harvest festival drifted through the window, music ending, lanterns being extinguished, a community settling into the comfort of survival. "I'm not going anywhere," Harry said. "You can't promise that." "I can promise to try." Wednesday studied him. That evaluating gaze, the one that had measured him the first day in the dining hall. But now it was different. Now it was looking for something specific, and he could see it in the way her expression shifted, the way her shoulders dropped a fraction of an inch, finding it. She stood. Crossed the room. Sat beside him on the floor, close enough that their arms touched. "The fourth anchor held because of genuine connection," she said. "The energy we generated tonight was sufficient to reinforce the damaged web and push back the entity's assault." "Yes. The anchor's reinforcement is temporary. The other 3 remain compromised. We need the resonance bridge." "Yes. The resonance bridge requires a conduit capable of holding wizard and outcast energy in harmonic unity. The theoretical lethality rate is 100%. "Yes. And you're going to attempt it anyway? When the time comes?" "Yes." Wednesday was quiet. Then she leaned her head against his shoulder. A small gesture. A seismic event. Wednesday Adams, who did not lean on people, who did not allow physical closeness, who expressed affection through strategic intelligence and expressed vulnerability approximately never, leaned her head against Harry Potter's shoulder and let the weight of the night rest on both of them. Harry put his arm around her. She let him. They sat in the dark, on the floor of a room above an ancient seal, in a school full of outcasts, on a campus built over the prison of a hungry god. The world was complicated and dangerous and full of ancient entities and dark wizards and prophecies that refused to be ignored. But in this moment, in this specific configuration of 2 people choosing to exist together, everything was exactly and precisely enough. The anchor pulsed beneath them. Warm. Steady. Stronger than it had been in centuries. And far below, the hollowed king pressed against its cage and felt, for the first time, something it had not felt in millennia. Fear. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, The Convergence. 3 days of quiet followed the anchor defense. Not peace, quiet. The distinction mattered. Peace implied resolution. Quiet implied something holding its breath. The hollowed king had retreated after the 4th anchor's reinforcement, pulling its tendrils of influence back into the deep earth like a wounded animal drawing into its den. The campus exhaled. The corrupted students, Marcus Chen and the others, woke from their trances with no memory of what they'd channeled. The wolves reported that their aggression had dimmed to normal levels. The ambient dread that had saturated Nevermore's halls like humidity lifted, and for 3 days the school felt almost like what it was supposed to be, a place where supernatural teenagers attended classes and complained about homework and navigated the ordinary apocalypse of adolescence. Harry didn't trust it for a second. He spent those 3 days in the restricted library with Wednesday, surrounded by texts that hadn't been read in centuries and a growing certainty that the hollowed king was not retreating. It was regrouping. "The entity is ancient," Wednesday said, on the second morning, cross-referencing a proto-outcast manuscript with a wizarding grimoire that Harry had found behind a false panel in the restricted section's north wall. "Its patience is measured in geological time. 3 days of silence means nothing to something that waited millennia for an opportunity. So what's it doing? Conserving. Redirecting." She turned a page with a crispness that suggested the page had personally offended her. "The direct assault on the 4th anchor failed. The entity will adapt. It won't attempt the same approach twice." Comforting. "I don't traffic in comfort. I traffic in accurate threat assessment." She looked up. The 3 damaged anchors are still cracked. The 4th is reinforced but temporary. The connection energy we generated will degrade over time without renewal. We have, by my calculations, approximately 2 weeks before the 4th anchor weakens to its pre-defense state. 2 weeks to develop a resonance bridge that's never been successfully performed in the history of magic. 14 days, technically. 15 if we're generous with the margin of error. Harry leaned back in his chair and stared at the restricted section ceiling, lower here than in the main library, close enough to feel claustrophobic, the stones stained dark with age and saturated with Nexus energy. We need more information. The 847 CE attempt, the one where all 12 participants died. There has to be more documentation than what's in the grimoire. There is. Wednesday pulled a slim, leather-bound volume from her satchel. Harry hadn't seen it before. The leather was cracked, the binding fragile, and the text on the cover was written in a script so old it predated the proto-Outcast alphabet. I found this in Weems's private collection. She didn't give it willingly. You stole it from the principal. I liberated it from institutional negligence. Weems had it in a display case. Decorative. She didn't know what it was. Wednesday opened the volume with the reverent care of someone handling a sacred text. It's the personal journal of Ira Valdesdottir. She was the lead architect of the original seal, the outcast who designed the imprisonment of the Hollowed King. And she survived the 847 CE attempt. Harry sat up. I thought everyone died. 12 participants entered the resonance bridge. 11 died. Ira survived, barely, and at enormous cost. She lost her outcast abilities permanently. Spent the remainder of her life as a mundane human. Wednesday's finger traced a line of ancient text. But she wrote down what happened. Why the bridge failed. And what would be needed to make it succeed. What does it say? Wednesday translated as she read, her voice taking on the rhythmic quality of someone channeling words that had waited 1,000 years to be heard. The bridge collapsed because we were 12 where there should have been 1. 12 vessels, 12 wills, 12 directions of intent. The energy required unity, a single point of convergence where wizard will and outcast essence merged without conflict. We tried to create that unity through cooperation. But cooperation is not unity. Cooperation is many streams running parallel. Unity is one river. She turned the page. The bridge requires a single conduit. One being who carries both systems within themselves, not learned, not grafted, but evolved. A wizard whose magic has grown beyond its channeled origins to encompass the wild, inherent nature of outcast energy. Such a being has never existed in my time. But the Nexus shapes those who dwell upon it, and the Nexus is patient. Perhaps, in some future age, a wizard will come to the convergence whose magic has already begun the transformation. Who has been broken and remade by grief or trauma into something between what was and what could be. Wednesday stopped reading. Looked at Harry. She's describing you, Harry said quietly. She's describing a theoretical possibility that happens to align remarkably with your documented magical evolution. Wednesday closed the journal. Your magic changed after Sirius Black's death. The trauma catalyzed an expansion beyond standard wizarding parameters. You can channel Nexus energy through your body. You can interface directly with outcast magical constructs. You survived psychic contact with the Hollowed King. Ira's theoretical conduit is not theoretical anymore. What else does she say? About the actual process? Wednesday reopened the journal to a later section. Her translation was slower here, the text more dense, the concepts more complex. The conduit must stand at the convergence of all 4 anchors, the center point where the seal's power is focused. They must open themselves to both systems simultaneously, the wizard's channeled will flowing outward through the wand, the outcast's inherent essence flowing inward through the Nexus. The 2 energies must meet within the conduit's core and achieve harmonic unity, not balance, not compromise, but fusion. The moment of fusion will feel like death. It is not death. It is transformation. But the body will not know the difference, and the conduit must hold their awareness through the moment of apparent annihilation, or the bridge will collapse and the conduit will be destroyed. Silence. So I have to die, Harry said. Not really die. But my body will think it's dying, and I have to stay conscious through it. You have to maintain cognitive coherence during a physical experience indistinguishable from death. Yes. And if I lose consciousness, even for a second, the bridge collapses. The backlash destroys you. And the seal loses its last chance at permanent reinforcement. Wednesday's voice was clinical. Her hands, folded over the journal, were white-knuckled. I told you in the outline that the theoretical lethality rate was 100%. Ira's journal suggests the actual rate may be lower, for the right conduit. But lower than 100% is not a reassuring metric. Harry looked at the journal. At Wednesday's hands. At the ancient text that described, in someone else's handwriting from 1,000 years ago, the specific manner in which he might die. What's the alternative? He asked. The alternative is that we reinforce the fourth anchor repeatedly, every 2 weeks, indefinitely, while the other 3 continue to degrade. Eventually the entity's erosion will outpace our repairs. The seal fails. The hollowed king rises. Wednesday met his eyes. The alternative is slow failure. Then there's no alternative. There's always an alternative. You could leave. Return to Britain. Face the prophecy conventionally. The seal would stabilize without your presence, it would still be damaged, but the rate of decay would slow to centuries rather than weeks. And the hollowed king would remain imprisoned. Weakened but intact. A problem for some future generation. And the people here? Enid, Rowan, Bianca, Xavier. He paused. You. Wednesday didn't answer immediately. When she did, her voice was stripped of its clinical armor. We would continue. This school has survived for centuries. It would survive your departure. A beat. But it would be diminished. And she stopped. Reset. The strategic loss would be significant. Harry reached across the table. Put his hand over hers. She didn't pull away. I'm not leaving, he said. And I'm not choosing the slow failure option. We have 2 weeks. Let's use them. Wednesday looked at his hand on hers. At his face. At the journal between them, full of ancient wisdom and terrible risk. Then we begin training, she said. Today. Now. The resonance bridge requires specific preparation. Your magical core needs to be conditioned to hold both energy systems simultaneously. It's like. She searched for an analogy. It's like training your lungs to breathe water and air at the same time. That sounds painful. It will be. Enormously. She turned her hand over beneath his and squeezed once, quick, firm, deliberate. But you've been practicing pain your entire life. This will just be a new variety. The training began in the cave system beneath the chapel, the same tunnels where Harry had first sensed the seal structure. Wednesday chose the location for its proximity to the east anchor, the one corresponding to accepted mortality, and its relative isolation from the main campus. The training will generate unusual energy signatures, she explained, leading Harry through narrow stone corridors lit by his wand's glow. The less attention we attract, the better. The hollowed king may be quiet, but it's not asleep. The cave opened into a natural chamber, roughly circular, 30 feet across, with a ceiling of raw stone that glistened with moisture and Nexus energy. The east anchor hummed nearby, its damaged resonance a discordant note in the otherwise steady pulse of the underground. Sit, Wednesday instructed. Center of the chamber. Hands on the stone. Harry sat. The rock was warm beneath his palms, alive with Nexus energy that surged up through his arms the moment he made contact. His magic responded immediately, expanding, reaching, trying to merge with the vast current beneath him. "Don't let it take you," Wednesday said sharply. "That's the first lesson. The Nexus is an ocean. You're a cup. If you open yourself fully, the energy will overwhelm your core and burn you out. You need to learn to regulate, to draw specific amounts, in specific frequencies, without losing yourself in the flow." "How?" "The same way you learned occlumency. Mental discipline. But instead of building walls against intrusion, you're building channels for flow. Think of your magical core as a network of rivers. You decide which rivers flow and which are dammed." Harry closed his eyes. Focused. The Nexus energy pressed against him, vast, impersonal, neither hostile nor friendly. Raw power without intent. The Nexus energy rejected the structure. Wizarding channeling was too rigid, too controlled, too precise. Trying to force wild energy through controlled channels was like trying to pour a river through a garden hose. "Ow," Harry said, pulling his hands from the stone. "Expected. Wizarding channeling is incompatible with Nexus energy. You knew this." Wednesday sat across from him, legs crossed, notebook open. "Now try the opposite. Don't channel. Just, open. Open to an ocean of raw magical energy. That's what you just told me not to do. I told you not to let it take you. I'm now telling you to let it in without being taken. There's a difference. Find it." Harry replaced his hands. Closed his eyes. Instead of channeling, he simply stopped. Dropped the walls. Let his magical core sit exposed to the Nexus like an open hand extended to the rain. The energy flowed in. Gently at first, then faster. Harry felt his core expand, not physically but dimensionally, like a room suddenly acquiring more space. The wild, organic energy of the Nexus filled spaces he hadn't known existed, currents of power flowing through him in patterns that had nothing to do with wand movements or incantations. It felt incredible. Like breathing deeply for the first time after years of shallow gasps. His magic sang. The Nexus hummed in harmony. For a moment, Harry understood what Outcast abilities felt like from the inside, power that wasn't wielded but experienced, energy that flowed like blood through veins you were born with. "Good," Wednesday said. "You're accepting the Outcast frequency. Now, without closing the Nexus channel, cast a spell." Harry frowned. He reached for his wand with his right hand, keeping his left palm flat on the stone. "Lumos," he said. The wand tip ignited, but wrong. The light was too bright, too wild, pulsing with a rhythm that matched the Nexus hum. It wasn't a clean, white wand light. It was something between light and heat and sound, a sensory overlap that made Wednesday shield her eyes. "Your channeled magic is being contaminated by the Nexus energy," she said, scribbling in her notebook. "They're not harmonizing, they're colliding. The wand is trying to structure energy that resists structure. It feels like being pulled in two directions. Because you are. Wizard will pulls outward, through the focus, toward a target. Outcast essence pulls inward, through the body, toward the self. The bridge requires both directions simultaneously. That's the harmonic unity Ira described." Harry tried again. And again. For 2 hours, he sat in the cave and attempted to hold both energy systems at once, the precise, directed flow of wizarding magic and the wild, organic current of Nexus power. Each attempt produced a different failure, explosions of unfocused energy, painful magical feedback, one incident where his wand briefly levitated out of his hand and embedded itself in the ceiling. Wednesday documented everything. Her notebook filled with observations, measurements, calculations. She was simultaneously researcher and monitor, tracking Harry's vital signs through a combination of psychic perception and the instruments she'd designed. "Your core temperature is elevated," she noted, during a rest period. "Nexus exposure at this intensity causes thermal buildup. We need to limit sessions to 2 hours maximum, with at least 6 hours of recovery between attempts. Harry lay on the cave floor, staring up at the glistening ceiling, feeling his magic vibrate at two conflicting frequencies. This isn't working. I can hold one or the other, but the moment I try both, they fight each other. Because you're treating them as two separate systems. They're not. Wednesday moved closer, sitting beside him on the warm stone. Think about it differently. Wizarding magic and outcast energy aren't opposing forces. They're the same force, expressed in two different ways. Like water and ice, the same substance, different states. Water doesn't try to shatter your magical core when you hold it wrong. Metaphors have limits. She paused, thinking. Harry watched her think. It was like watching a machine of extraordinary precision cycle through calculations, her dark eyes flickering with internal processing. You need an emotional anchor for the transition. Something that bridges the gap between will and essence. Between the part of you that channels and the part of you that simply is. An emotional anchor. The original seal was powered by accepted destiny, which is fundamentally an emotional state. The anchors correspond to emotional truths. Knowledge, conflict, mortality, connection. She looked at him. The bridge doesn't just require magical capacity. It requires emotional coherence. You need to hold a truth so completely that your entire being, magical and emotional, aligns around it. What kind of truth? That's for you to determine. Ira's journal suggests that the conduit must find their own point of harmonic unity, the single emotional truth that reconciles the duality within them. Wednesday's voice dropped. For what it's worth, I believe you already know what it is. You've been circling it since you arrived. Harry stared at the ceiling. Thought about the prophecy. About running. About the moment on the rooftop when Wednesday had shared her quiet space. About Enid's warmth and Rowan's grudging loyalty and the feeling of the anchor blazing beneath him as 6 people chose connection over fear. He thought about what the Hollowed King had said, "You are a spark in a dark room." And he thought about what Wednesday had said, that first day in the corridor outside the chapel, "You're standing on something that's already broken, and you're the one holding it together." The truth was there. He could feel it, the way you feel a word on the tip of your tongue, present but not yet formed. "I'll find it," he said. "I know you will." Wednesday stood. Offered her hand. "Come. We've exceeded today's safe exposure limit, and Enid has been texting me every 20 minutes to confirm you're still alive. The most recent message contains 14 exclamation points and a gif of a nervous cat." Harry took her hand. Let her pull him up. Held on for a moment longer than necessary, because holding Wednesday's hand had become the most grounding thing in his increasingly ungrounded life. They walked out of the caves and into late afternoon sunlight, and Harry felt the familiar shift as the Nexus signal strengthened above ground, the hum returning to his bones, the constant awareness of the vast energy network beneath his feet. Something was different. He stopped. Frowned. The Nexus felt agitated. Not the steady, patient hum he'd grown accustomed to. This was irregular, spikes and drops, like a heartbeat going arrhythmic. Wednesday. She felt it too. Her eyes widened, not with fear but with the sharp alertness of someone whose instruments had just detected an anomaly. "The Nexus output is fluctuating," she said, pulling her measurement device from her satchel. The readings made her face go pale. 40% above baseline. 60. 80. "Harry, the energy output is," the ground shook. Not a tremor. Not a vibration. A full seismic event, the earth buckling beneath their feet with enough force to crack the stone path and send Harry and Wednesday staggering. Trees swayed. A section of the chapel wall collapsed in a cloud of dust. Birds erupted from the forest canopy in screaming waves. Students poured from the building, scared, confused, some partially transformed by instinct. Faculty shouted orders. Alarms blared. And from the cracks in the earth, from the chapel fissure, from the scorched ground where Harry's Nexus blast had cratered during the battle with Cassius, from half a dozen new fractures that split the campus grounds, darkness bled. Not shadow. Not smoke. Something worse. A substance that existed at the boundary between physical and psychic, visible to the eyes and palpable to the mind simultaneously. It seeped from the broken earth like oil from a wound, pooling in the low places, crawling up walls, spreading across the ground with slow, deliberate purpose. Where it touched plant life, the plants died. Where it touched stone, the stone corroded. Where it touched a student, a young vampire who stumbled too close to a crack, the student screamed and collapsed, convulsing, eyes rolling white as the darkness flooded through his skin. "It's manifesting," Wednesday said. Her voice was flat with controlled horror. "The Hollowed King. It's not breaking the seal, it's leaking through the cracks. The 3 damaged anchors are allowing partial manifestation." "How is that possible?" "We reinforced the fourth anchor holds the complete seal intact. But the 3 cracked anchors are independent failure points. The entity can project fragments of itself through the weakened sections without breaking the overall containment." Wednesday grabbed Harry's arm. "This isn't an escape. It's a siege. It's extending its influence above ground, one tendril at a time." Harry looked across the campus. The darkness was spreading, slowly, inexorably, a tide of psychic corruption bleeding from the earth. Students fled toward the main building. Faculty formed defensive lines, but their abilities, designed for physical threats, slid off the darkness like water off glass. The young vampire was still convulsing. 2 of his friends crouched over him, shouting for help, unable to touch the blackness spreading across his skin. Harry moved. He crossed the distance at a sprint, dropped to his knees beside the vampire, and put his hands directly on the darkness. It was cold, so cold it burned, a temperature below the physical that reached directly into his magical core and pulled. The entity's hunger manifested as sensation. It wanted to consume. To drain. Harry pushed back. Not with wizarding magic, that was too structured, too slow. He used the Nexus technique he'd been practicing in the caves. Opened his core. Let the wild energy flow through him and into the darkness, flooding the corruption with raw power that was too vital, too alive for the Hollowed King's entropy to process. The darkness recoiled. Peeled back from the vampire's skin like ice melting under flame. The student gasped, color returning to his face, eyes clearing. "Get him inside," Harry told the friends. "Now." They carried the vampire toward the building. Harry stood, hands shaking, palms blackened with residual corruption that faded as his magic burned it away. Across the grounds, the darkness continued to spread. Rowan appeared at a dead run, his pack flanking him in full combat formation. "What do we do?" "The darkness is a psychic manifestation, physical attacks won't work. I can push it back with Nexus energy, but I can't be everywhere at once." "What can we do?" Harry looked at the wolf. At the pack. At the students cowering near the building, at the faculty holding lines against something their training hadn't prepared them for. "Clear the grounds. Get everyone inside. I'll push the darkness back from the main building and establish a perimeter." He looked at Rowan. "Your wolves, the aggression amplification. Can you channel it? Direct it?" Rowan's amber eyes sharpened. "At the darkness? At the source. The corruption is coming from the cracked anchors, the north, south, and east points. If your wolves can generate enough combative energy at those points, it might disrupt the manifestation's flow. You want me to attack the ground? I want you to attack the leak. Your pack's protective fury, the same energy that powers the conflict anchor, is the opposite of what the Hollowed King feeds on. Directed aggression from a bonded pack isn't entropy. It's purpose." Understanding crossed Rowan's face. He turned to his pack, barked orders in a wolf tongue that Harry couldn't understand but could feel, the commanding frequency of an alpha directing his soldiers. The wolves split into 3 groups and sprinted toward the anchor points. "Bianca!" Harry shouted. The siren was by the main doors, coordinating the student evacuation with the commanding efficiency she'd been born for. She turned. "Can you project a frequency wall? Something that disrupts the darkness's coherence? I've been studying its resonance since the anchor defense." Bianca closed her eyes, and her mouth opened, and the sound that emerged was unlike anything Harry had heard from a siren. Not the sweet, seductive call of legend, a discordant, shattering tone that vibrated at a frequency designed to unmake. A counter-resonance. Anti-harmony. The darkness nearest to her wavered. Pulled back. Not much, inches rather than feet, but enough to prove the principle. "Amplify it," Harry called. "Every siren you can find." A wall of counter-resonance around the main building. Bianca nodded and turned to her sirens, her voice carrying the commands with the precision of a general who'd been waiting her entire life for a war worth fighting. Enid found Harry in the chaos. She was partially shifted, claws out, eyes amber, face streaked with tears she hadn't bothered to wipe. "The younger students are panicking," she said. "Some of them are partially shifting involuntarily, the Nexus is amplifying everything. I can't calm them down." "You don't need to calm them down. You need to reach them." Harry put his hands on her shoulders. "Enid, your emotional energy, your warmth, your empathy. It's not just a personality trait. It's a power. The same power that reinforced the connection anchor. I'm not, I can't, you can. You've been doing it since I arrived. Every time you sat with me, made me eat, dragged me into conversations I didn't want to have. That's not just kindness. That's connection magic. The most powerful kind there is." Enid stared at him. Her wolf eyes burned. Something shifted in her expression, fear giving way to recognition, recognition giving way to resolve. "The younger students," she said. "I need to be with them. Go." She went. And Harry, battered, burned, running on reserves he wasn't sure he had, turned to face the spreading darkness. Wednesday was beside him. She'd been beside him the entire time, he realized. Through the chaos, the orders, the desperate strategic improvisation, she'd stood at his shoulder, monitoring, measuring, documenting. Not because she couldn't fight. Because her role was bigger than fighting. "The manifestation is expanding at approximately 3 meters per minute," she said. "At current rate, it will reach the main building in 22 minutes. Bianca's counter-resonance is slowing the advance but not stopping it. Rowan's wolves at the anchor points are disrupting the flow, but the entity is redirecting, finding new pathways through cracks we haven't mapped. I need to push it back. All of it. At once. That would require a Nexus blast similar to what you did during the Cassius attack. Which nearly killed you when you had only cracked ribs. In your current condition, Wednesday. What other option do we have?" She didn't answer. Because there wasn't one. Harry walked to the center of the grounds. The darkness surrounded him, a circle of creeping corruption, spreading from a dozen fissures, pooling and flowing toward the school with the relentless patience of its creator. He could feel the hollowed king's consciousness in it, not the full entity, not the vast and terrible intelligence he'd spoken to in the chapel. Fragments. Extensions. Fingers of awareness probing the surface world, tasting the fear. He knelt. Pressed his palms to the earth. And opened himself. The Nexus surged into him. Vast. Overwhelming. A torrent of raw energy that filled his core and overflowed, pouring through channels he'd spent 3 days learning to build. The pain was immediate, the thermal buildup Wednesday had warned about, his body temperature spiking as the energy exceeded safe limits. But this time, Harry didn't try to channel it. Didn't try to structure or direct it. Instead, he remembered what Wednesday had said in the caves, you need an emotional anchor. A truth so complete that your entire being aligns around it. He thought about Enid, in the building right now, wrapping her warmth around terrified children who'd never asked to be supernatural. He thought about Rowan, at the anchor points, directing his pack's fury not at an enemy but at the concept of an enemy, fighting the idea that love made you weak. He thought about Bianca, voice raised in a song designed to shatter darkness, using the power she'd been told made her manipulative to protect people instead. He thought about Xavier, somewhere in the building, fighting the residual whispers in his head and winning because he'd chosen to believe that his friends were telling the truth. He thought about Wednesday. Her cold hands. Her warm trust. The girl who'd shared her rooftop and her fears and the most honest sentence either of them had ever spoken. And Harry Potter found his truth. Not the prophecy. Not the destiny. Not the grand cosmic narrative of chosen ones and dark lords. The truth was simpler. Smaller. More powerful. I am not running. I am not fighting. I am standing here, on this ground, with these people, because I choose to. Because connection is not a weakness and choosing to care is not a trap and the things that make us vulnerable are the same things that make us unbreakable. I am not the boy who lived. I am not the chosen one. I am not a weapon or a tool or a piece on someone else's board. I am Harry Potter, and I am exactly where I belong. The energy aligned. Not the painful, tearing duality of wizard will fighting outcast essence. Something else. Something Ira Valdez' daughter had described 1,000 years ago and never lived to see, harmonic unity. The two systems, channeled and inherent, directed and organic, structure and flow, ceased their opposition and began to complement. Like two rivers merging into one. Like two notes forming a chord. Harry's core blazed. The light that erupted from him was unlike the Nexus blast he'd used against Cassius. That had been raw force, destructive, uncontrolled, desperate. This was, refined. Purposeful. A wave of fused energy that rolled outward from Harry's kneeling form in an expanding circle, brilliant and warm and utterly antithetical to everything the Hollowed King represented. Where the light met the darkness dissolved. Not pushed back, unmade. The corruption couldn't coexist with the fused energy because the fused energy was built from everything the king couldn't comprehend, genuine connection freely chosen, vulnerability accepted as strength, the small and enormous courage of caring about people who could be lost. The circle expanded. 20 feet. 50. 100. The darkness evaporated like mist in morning sun, receding into the cracks it had emerged from, driven back by a force that the Hollowed King had never encountered and had no defense against. From beneath the earth, the entity screamed. Not the vast, controlled voice of their previous conversations. A raw, primal sound, the howl of something that had existed in isolation for so long that the concept of connection was not just foreign but physically painful. The fused energy was reaching it through the cracks, touching its consciousness, and the touch burned. The manifestation retreated. The darkness drained from the campus grounds, flowing back into the fissures, pulled down by the entity's frantic retreat. The cracks sealed, not completely, not permanently, but the raw stone edges fused enough to close the gaps. The leaking stopped. Harry collapsed. He didn't lose consciousness, not quite. He stayed in the gray space between awareness and oblivion, feeling the fused energy dissipate, feeling his core contract back to its normal dimensions, feeling every cell in his body vibrate with the aftermath of holding something no human was designed to hold. Wednesday caught him. He registered this distantly, her arms around his shoulders, her body small but strong, her voice speaking his name with an urgency that cut through the haze. Harry. Harry, stay with me. Look at me. He looked. Her face was close. Pale. Terrified, in the specific way that Wednesday expressed terror, not with screams or tears but with the absolute stillness of someone whose entire being had focused on a single priority. Did it work? He asked. His voice sounded like it came from very far away. The manifestation is gone. The cracks are sealed. The campus is clear. Good. He tried to smile. Wasn't sure if his face cooperated. I found it. Found what? The truth. The emotional anchor. For the bridge. His eyes were closing despite his efforts. It's not a complicated thing, Wednesday. It's the simplest thing in the world. Harry, it's choosing to be here. That's all. Just, choosing. He passed out. Wednesday held him on the scorched grass of the campus grounds while students emerged from the building and faculty checked the perimeter and Rowan's wolves howled at the anchor points, not in aggression but in triumph. She held him and didn't let go and didn't speak and didn't cry, because Wednesday Addams did not cry, except that her eyes were wet and her chest was tight and the boy in her arms had just channeled enough magical energy to sterilize a continent and had somehow, impossibly, survived. You absolute fool, she whispered into his hair. You magnificent, reckless fool. Harry woke in the infirmary. Again. Madame Petra stood over him with the expression of someone who was deeply tired of his face in her ward. Magical core depletion, she said, before he could ask. Nexus feedback burns, 2nd degree, both palms and both forearms. Core temperature peaked at 104.7 degrees. You should, by every medical metric I possess, be dead. How long was I out? 14 hours. She pressed a diagnostic crystal to his chest. It pulsed green. Your core is regenerating at a rate I've never observed. You're pulling Nexus energy passively, absorbing it through your skin while you sleep. Your body is using the Nexus as a supplementary power source. Is that bad? It's unprecedented. I have no framework for evaluating whether it's bad. She removed the crystal. You have visitors. I've been holding them off since dawn. If I let them in, will you stay in bed? Depends on who it is. Everyone. Madame Petra opened the infirmary door. They filed in like a small, mismatched army. Enid first, carrying a basket of food and radiating relief so intense it was almost visible. Rowan, standing straight, his pack status communicated by the relaxed set of his shoulders. Bianca, poised, her composure restored but her eyes carrying a warmth that hadn't been there a week ago. Xavier, sketchbook in hand, eyes clear, standing closer to the group than Harry had ever seen him. And Wednesday. Last through the door. She carried a book, Ira's journal, and wore the same clothes she'd been wearing when Harry collapsed, which meant she hadn't changed, which meant she hadn't left the building, which meant, she slept in the chair outside your room, Enid whispered, not remotely subtly. All night. I brought her a blanket. Sinclair. Wednesday's voice carried the warning of someone who would retaliate with detailed and specific vengeance. I'm just saying. It's sweet. Nothing about a 12-hour vigil motivated by concern over magical core stability is sweet. Wednesday, you literally stayed up all night watching his door. I was monitoring for residual Nexus fluctuations. With a blanket. And the tea I brought you. The tea was coincidental. Harry looked at Wednesday. She looked back with an expression that dared him to comment. He said nothing. But something in his face must have communicated what words couldn't, because Wednesday's rigid posture softened by approximately 1 degree, which, for her, was the equivalent of a full emotional breakdown. Status report, Rowan said, taking the practical route. The wolves held the anchor points throughout the night. No further manifestations. The cracks are sealed, superficially, not permanently. Dr. Sangre estimates the surface seals will hold for 2 to 3 weeks. The siren counterresonance worked, Bianca added. Not as a permanent solution, but as a suppression technique. I've been training a team of 6 sirens in the frequency. We can deploy them at the anchor points in rotation. Xavier? Harry asked. The artist opened his sketchbook. The drawings inside were new, not dark, not corrupted, but vivid with a fierce, determined energy. A sketch of the campus grounds during the manifestation. Harry, kneeling, surrounded by light. The darkness retreating. I drew what I saw, Xavier said. Not what the king wanted me to see. What actually happened. He showed Harry a specific drawing, the moment of the blast, rendered in charcoal and white chalk. Harry at the center, arms spread, twin energies spiraling around him, one structured and precise, the other wild and organic, merging at the point of his chest into something that was both and neither. You drew the harmonic unity, Wednesday said, leaning closer. The fusion point. Xavier, can you feel the resonance in this drawing? The psychic impression? Xavier nodded. It's the strongest impression I've ever captured. Whatever Harry did out there, it left a psychic fingerprint on the campus. I can feel it everywhere, in the ground, in the walls, in the air. The two energies, fused. Still resonating. Wednesday took the drawing. Studied it with an intensity that made the room feel very quiet. Then she looked at Harry. You achieved harmonic unity, she said. Not in the controlled conditions of the cave. Not through hours of practice. In a crisis. Under threat. While protecting people you care about. Is that significant? Ira's journal theorizes that the bridge can only be achieved under conditions of genuine emotional extremity. Not laboratory conditions, real conditions. The 847 CE attempt failed because they tried to manufacture the emotional state. It can't be manufactured. It has to be earned. So the fact that I was terrified and desperate and protecting my friends was actually the point. The fact that your emotional truth aligned with the magical requirement at the moment of maximum crisis is the point. Yes. Wednesday sat on the edge of his cot. Close. You've done it once. You can do it again. The bridge is achievable. With preparation. With preparation, conditioning, and a support structure at the anchor points. She opened Ira's journal. The full resonance bridge, the permanent seal reinforcement, requires the conduit to sustain harmonic unity for approximately 7 minutes. What you achieved on the grounds lasted 90 seconds. We need to extend your capacity by a factor of 5. In 2 weeks. In 2 weeks. Harry looked around the room. At the people who'd fought with him, bled with him, held the anchor with him, stood in the dark and chosen light. We can do this, he said. Nobody argued. Not because the task wasn't impossible. Because the people in this room had stopped believing in impossible 3 days ago, when 6 outcasts and a wizard had held a failing seal together with nothing but the stubborn refusal to let go. Training resumes tomorrow, Wednesday said. Rest today. Eat. She glanced at Enid's basket. Apparently there's food. I made cookies. Enid announced, distributing baked goods with the aggressive generosity of a wartime supply officer. Chocolate chip. Because we just survived an ancient evil manifesting on our campus and I think that deserves cookies. Even Rowan took one. Even Bianca. Wednesday did not take a cookie. She sat on Harry's cot and read Ira's journal and pretended she wasn't leaning against him, and Harry pretended he didn't notice, and Enid pretended she wasn't taking a mental photograph of the entire scene for future teasing purposes. For an hour, in the infirmary, they were just people. Tired, scared, determined, connected. Eating cookies and making plans to save the world. It was the best hour Harry had had in months. The next 12 days were the hardest of Harry's life. Training consumed every available hour. Mornings in the caves, building his capacity to hold dual energies. Afternoons in the restricted library, studying Ira's journal for any additional insight into the bridging technique. Evenings in his room, sitting on the anchor point, feeling the connection web pulse beneath him and trying to extend the duration of harmonic unity from seconds to minutes. Wednesday was with him for all of it. She documented, measured, adjusted, pushed back when he overextended and pushed forward when he hesitated. Her analytical mind broke the impossibly complex process into manageable components, and her unwavering presence gave him the emotional anchor he needed when the training became too much. Again, she'd say, when his hands shook and his vision blurred and his core screamed for rest. I can't, you can. You've demonstrated capacity up to 4 minutes and 12 seconds. The target is 7 minutes. You're not at your limit. You're at your comfort zone. Those are different things. She was right. She was always right. Harry hated it, and loved it, and pushed through. The others contributed in their own ways. Rowan stationed wolves at each training session, their pack bond energy providing a stabilizing resonance that helped Harry maintain coherence during the dual channeling exercises. Bianca worked on the counter-resonance technique, developing it from a blunt instrument into a precise tool that could target specific Nexus frequencies. Enid, wonderful, relentless Enid, maintained the group's emotional cohesion with the force of a small sun, ensuring that the bonds powering the connection anchor stayed fresh and strong. Xavier's contribution was unique. His psychic drawings, now free of the Hollowed King's corruption, could visualize the seal structure in real time. He'd sit beside Harry during cave sessions and sketch what he saw, the dual energies swirling around Harry's core, the moments of harmony and dissonance, the precise point at which the fusion achieved or lost stability. His drawings became a diagnostic tool more precise than any instrument Wednesday could build. You're losing coherence at the 3-minute mark, Xavier said, during a session on day 8. His charcoal flew across the page, capturing the energy patterns with psychic precision. It's not a capacity issue, your core can hold it. It's a focus issue. Your attention splits. You're trying to maintain both channels through conscious effort. What's the alternative? Stop trying. Let the unity maintain itself. Xavier showed him the drawing, 2 energy streams, twisting around each other in a helix. See this? When you hit harmony, the streams interlock. They hold each other. But you keep reaching in and adjusting, like a kid who planted a seed and keeps digging it up to check if it's growing. Harry stared at the drawing. You're saying I need to trust the process. I'm saying you need to trust yourself. The harmony exists inside you. You don't have to build it. You just have to stop preventing it. It was the best advice Harry had received, and it came from the person he'd least expected to give it. Xavier had been fighting his own battle, the residual echoes of the Hollowed King's whispers, the complicated tangle of jealousy and admiration and hurt that made up his feelings about Harry and Wednesday. But he was here. Contributing. Choosing the team over his pain. Day 10. Harry sustained harmonic unity for 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Day 11. 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Day 12. 6 minutes and 48 seconds. 12 seconds short, Wednesday said, reviewing the data that evening. They sat on the library's 3rd floor, surrounded by texts and measurements and the accumulated evidence of 12 days of impossible work. The margin is tight but potentially achievable with adrenaline compensation. Under crisis conditions, your capacity has historically exceeded your training baseline by 15 to 20%. You're counting on me being scared enough to push past my limits. I'm counting on you being motivated enough. There's a difference. She closed her notebook. We're ready. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. The Hollowed King's suppressed manifestation will have regenerated sufficiently to attempt another surface breach within 72 hours. If we wait, we'll be performing the bridge under active assault conditions. And if we do it tomorrow? We choose the timing. We set the conditions. We act rather than react. She met his eyes. I've prepared the anchor points. Bianca's sirens are in position. Rowan's wolves are stationed. Xavier will provide real-time psychic monitoring. Enid will maintain the connection anchor's emotional resonance. And you? I'll be at your side. Monitoring your psychic state. If the Hollowed King attempts to interfere, which it will, the moment it senses what we're doing, I'll shield your consciousness. Wednesday, the bridge requires me to experience something indistinguishable from death. You'll be monitoring my mind when I go through that. You'll feel what I feel. Yes. That could damage you. Psychically. Permanently. I'm aware of the risks. And you're doing it anyway. Wednesday looked at him. The library was quiet around them, the ancient books breathing their patient breath, the Nexus humming below. You asked me, at the Harvest Festival, about finding out what happens when two people who've never been normal stop trying and just exist together, she said. This is what it looks like. Standing beside someone during the worst thing they'll ever experience, not because it's safe, but because the alternative, letting them face it alone, is unacceptable. Harry's chest tightened with something that wasn't fear. Wednesday Addams, he said. You're the most terrifying person I've ever met. I know. And the best. Also known. But her voice caught, just slightly, on the second word. Get some sleep, Harry. Tomorrow changes everything. She gathered her notebooks. Paused at the stairwell. Turned back. For the record, she said. Whatever happens tomorrow. I don't regret any of this. Not the investigation, not the research, not the, she gestured vaguely between them. Not the strategic alliance. Is that what we're calling it? I don't have a better word. The conventional terms feel insufficient. Harry smiled. Real. Full. The kind of smile that reached his eyes and stayed there. Me neither. Good night, Wednesday. Good night, Harry. She disappeared down the stairs. Harry sat in the library and listened to the building breathe and felt the Nexus hum beneath his feet and thought about tomorrow. Tomorrow he would stand at the center of the convergence and attempt something that had killed every person who tried it. He would hold two incompatible magical systems in perfect fusion for 7 minutes while an ancient entity tried to stop him. He would experience something that felt like death and had to remain conscious through it. And Wednesday would be beside him, feeling every moment of it through their psychic link, risking her own mind to protect his. It was terrifying. It was the most important thing he'd ever done. And for the first time in his life, Harry wasn't afraid of the doing. He was afraid of failing the people who believed in him. He sat in the library until midnight. Then he went to his room, lay on the bed above the connection anchor, and pressed his palm to the warm floor. Tomorrow, he told the ancient web of golden light beneath him. I'm going to try to save you. All of you. The anchor pulsed. Warm. Steady. Trusting. Far below, in the deep dark, the hollowed king stirred. It felt the preparations. Felt the intent. Felt the approaching convergence of forces that, if successful, would seal its prison permanently. For the first time in its ancient, hungry existence, the hollowed king began to plan its final move. The boy who ran had stopped running. The seer who watched had started acting. The bridge was being built. And the hollowed king, patient, hungry, and very, very old, knew that if the bridge succeeded, it would never taste freedom again. It could not allow that. Tomorrow, the entity thought, in the dark. Let them come. Let them try. I have been patient long enough. Chapter 5 End.